Well, I guess we're live, Jez. The Xbox 2 podcast is
Sweet.
now live in your city, wherever you're listening to this. I'm one of your hosts, Randall Thor 19, man with the million, and with me we have Jez, who happens to be sick again. He's always sick, so
It sounds like you're blaming me for being sick.
You're always
But,
sick, bro. I mean, I don't know how you basically don't have an immune system at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. I went like 10 years without having any sort of serious illness.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last year, since Summer Game Fest last year, I've been like ill almost constantly. It's crazy. But we persevere. I'm not that ill. I just got a cold, so I'm a bit nasally, a bit coffee. Is that a word? It is now, baby. But I'm okay. We live. We persevere. You know.
You sure?
What do they say in Expedition 33? We continue.
Yeah, that is true. They do. That is something they do say.
Yes, it sure is.
So we are back after a week off, where we couldn't reschedule the show, and I was busy on Friday, and I told Jazz, I was like, we need to delay like 2 hours because I have something that I can't get out of, and then Jazz was like, yeah, I won't be able to do the show. And then I'm busy on Saturday and Monday, or Saturday and Monday, so that's why there was no show last week. You know, something came up I couldn't get out of. So
yeah, I had to get up really early the next day because family were coming around for Easter and all that kind of stuff. So it was just a bit chaotic last week, you know. But should be scheduled normal programming, at least from my end.
Yeah, until later this week when you DM me saying that you can't do the show because you're too sick. And then I'll just have to get
I already feel better than I did. So unless something goes
okay.
wrong, I'm on the mend, I think. And plus, we got to do a show on Tuesday, my dude.
We do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's a Patreon show.
That's right. That's right, the wonderful Patreon members. But anyways, how's the last 2 weeks been? I guess since we haven't done the show.
It's been alright, man.
All right. Been doing. How's the girlfriend? Is she your wife yet, or what? How long is the wait? Seems like she's just waiting forever until you to pop that question. You know what's going on?
Oh man. Well, we'll figure it out. It's genuinely complicated because we're both from different countries, right? So there is that to consider. But other than that, nah, it's just been, I'm in England, so I've been visiting family a lot. It was in England, you get like a 4-day weekend for Easter. So I went to Wales to the beach for a day, and I was proper like, there's no way that I'm going to need sun cream in Wales because it's Wales and it's also spring. So I was like, I was just like, yeah, that, don't need sun cream there. But I've never been so sunburned in my life. Now all my face is peeling off and looks like a zombie.
That's funny.
Indeed.
Looking like a zombie.
But other than that, indeed. But other than that, just been gaming it up. Playing some Expedition 33, Overwatch Stadium mode, which is amazing.
Giving away a headset today in the show, apparently.
Yep, we're giving away, because Rand, this special episode Xbox 360.
Yeah,
oh my god,
Xbox 360. Imagine that.
Yeah, so to celebrate that, we're going to give away an official Xbox headset on the Discord. So if you're not signed up to the Discord, head over to discord.gg/XB2, find the giveaways thread, and then click the sign up to the giveaway thingamabob. I thought about just giving it away during the show, but because there'll be people listening later on the audio version, and also not everyone can make the live show when it's live, Rand was like, it'd be more fair to do it this way. So head over here, and I'll put that.
Yeah, post a link in the chat as well. So anybody who isn't part of the wonderful Discord can join the Discord and enter the chance to win the headset.
Yeah, I won't post it on Twitter or anything, so it'll only be people in our lovely circle, you guys, essentially.
So
go and hit that sign up button.
Since you brought up episode 360. I figured we could reminisce a little bit before we, proper start this show and talk about the wonderful system that probably a lot of people was maybe their first Xbox system, and where their love of gaming started, or their first attachment to the Xbox brand began, and that is the Xbox 360. So
yeah, it was certainly mine. I did have an original Xbox, but what did I have for that? I didn't have many games for it. I think I had Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, one version of that, and Munchie's Odyssey.
Snake Eater came to the original Xbox? I thought that was a GameCube exclusive, no?
No, not Snake Eater. What was it called now? Metal Gear Solid 3, but the upgraded Subsistence edition or something.
Yeah, because like the Twin Snakes remake of
Twin
Gear
Snakes
Solid
was a GameCube. Yeah.
2.
That's correct.
No, it was Metal Gear Solid only was a GameCube game, I think.
Yeah, you're right. You are right about that. But it was Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, I think, on the original Xbox.
Yes, I believe so.
It was So at least I think that's what I had. I can't even remember. So it was that long ago. It was mostly my little brothers. He played a lot of Fable on that thing, but I was much more a PlayStation kid back then, I guess. Who'd have thought? All it took was one overpriced console to switch me forever. But it looks like having cheap consoles is a thing of the past.
I was also a big PlayStation fan. PS1, PS2 were amazing systems, and it was really that Halo kind of was the first thing that made me kind of start playing more on my Xbox, because I didn't get an original Xbox until the end of the generation, 2004, when Halo 2 came out. I bought an Xbox that year. I started playing some of the games I'd missed, like Halo 1 or Knights of the Old Republic or, Jade Empire, Ninja Gaiden. But it was mainly like Halo that brought me over. And it was one of those things where at the time I didn't really even I felt I didn't need an Xbox because I had a PlayStation 2. So I had, Grand Theft Auto 3 and Metal Gear Solid 2 and Devil May Cry, or all those great big exclusives that they had for third party wise. Like everything was on the PlayStation 2. And then, Halo 2 basically what's the right word for this? It kidnapped me. I was in its thrall. I was so enamored with Halo 2 and multiplayer gaming, because I wasn't someone who really played much multiplayer at all before that. My brother had played some stuff on like the PC, like Return to Castle Wolfenstein and maybe some like Unreal Tournament, and none of that really interested me. And I remember, him. I bought the Xbox, and then he bought like I don't know if you remember, like the OG Xbox Live kit that came with a 12-month card, and it came with the headset. And that's where my gamer tag comes from, because my brother was like, "What do you want to name the account?" And he's like, "What's a good name?" And I said Randall Thor, which is, the main character of the Wheel of Time, which at that point in time was, my favorite book series, my favorite thing. And it was taken, so he put 19 at the end for his birthday, because his birthday is like the 19th. So that's where the name originates, because then he started playing Halo 2 online with his friends, and I was like, who wants to play online? That's awful, because at the time I'm like a single player guy. I didn't play anything multiplayer, and I remember just sitting down here and just watching them and sitting and just, I'm like, wow, this seems really cool. And I eventually, just because I was the older brother, I eventually just like took everything over, and I got addicted to Halo 2, or Halo 2. So when the 360 started coming out, or at least like being revealed, and all the talk came out about it, at that point in time, I was like, oh, Halo 3, And I remember I got it. I didn't get a 360 right away. They came out like November of 2005. I didn't get my 360 until January of 2006, so a couple months later. And I mean, immediately I was taken by achievements and gamer score and stuff, obviously. As someone who has, like, right now, like almost 1.4 million, but, like being like fifth in the world to break a million or whatever it was back then. But yeah, man, it was originally Halo, and then it was like achievements, and then it was I was still sitting there waiting for PlayStation to kind of retaliate. And I'm like, yeah, I'll get a play because PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 were my jam. And then they had that horrible E3. I forget what year it was. Maybe it was 2005 or 2006. I forget which one. That was the one with like, the enemy crab. Like flip it over and stab it for maximum damage or whatever the meme is. I forget at this point. Or Ridge Racer.
That's where that's from.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like one of those E3s. I forget which one. It could have been either 2005 or 2006. Was like god awful, and then it was like $600 for the PS3, and I was just like, ew. And they didn't have anything cool, so that made my decision to keep on playing on Xbox a lot easier. And then by the time like the PlayStation 3 started actually getting some cool stuff, I was just so knee deep in the woods, like playing everything on Xbox, that I was like, I don't really need a PlayStation. But
yeah, it's pretty much the same way. And then like, because I always bitch about having space issues.
mm-hmm.
My house is tiny, man. And even back then, I had space issues. So when Microsoft was like, "Oh yeah, we're doing digital games now," I was straight on with that.
Yeah, you were.
I was like, "Wow, I can get rid of." Yeah, I was like, "I can get rid of my discs." Okay, good bet.
Okay.
I got rid of all my discs.
I mean, are we talking like digital versions of like the big, like the main games? Or are we talking like the Xbox Live Arcade stuff?
No, everything. Like Xbox was the first to do like regular Xbox digital third party and first party 360 games. It was towards the end of the gen.
It was.
But
Yeah.
But up until then, I was mostly a PC gamer, really. But then my PC died, and I was not in a position to buy a new one. So 360 came to the rescue, I guess. Rand, I wanna, since you mentioned the Randall Thor origin story, I thought this might be a good time to mention Wheel of Time's getting a video game.
Yeah,
Rand.
yeah, we'll see about that. I saw that stuff. I have
Not
no idea who like the publisher is or the developer. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition. So I appreciate everybody tagging me in it and on the Discord and on Twitter. But I mean, it would make a cool video game. If you give it to a really good developer, they could make something really cool out of it. I just don't have any faith that whatever developer they're going to give it to is going to really do anything justice, and it's going to actually be a good game to play. So yeah, I'm going to just kind of take a wait and see approach, and I'll believe it when I see it. I believe it when I see it, Jez. But back to the 360, because this is the episode 360, so I figured we'd talk about it.
Yeah, for sure.
What was your what's your fondest memories from the 360? It could be anything. It could be E3 showings, it could be announcements, it could be game. Like what are things that you remember from that generation that still resonate with you now, or that just things that sit in the back of your mind about like the 360 and what made it so special and so great for you? And anybody in chat, if you got any things that you want to say about the 360, make sure to put them in chat, because I'm sure we all have different reasons or different games or different franchises or certain things that made us appreciate that system. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just some of my favorite games of all time and my favorite gaming experiences of all time were on that system. Like playing Gears of War, and waiting for the next one, and playing that in co-op with my brother. Because he'd gotten old enough at that point to actually play games with, I guess, because he's a little bit younger than me. So that's playing Gears of War. Those are good memories. But also, just so many classic games that I could have played on PC, but I couldn't because my PC was broken or my replacement PC wasn't powerful enough. I remember I could barely run like games like WoW beyond like 15 FPS or something like that. But stuff like Dragon Age Origins, man. I mean, I banged on about that before. Now the franchise is
Dead.
beyond dead, I would think.
Yeah, it's over. There's gonna be no more Dragon Ages in the future.
No, there's no more Dragon Ages ever, I think. But you know, not just that, like Dead Space and so many great memories playing Battlefield with friends as well. Like back when that was like at its height. There's just it's so much nostalgia when you start going down memory lane, and there's all those sort of should we call it discourse about how gaming was better back then? I think certainly some games were better back then. I think back before crossplay was a thing, and you know, console FPS was more balanced because you weren't being pulled with people with a mouse and keyboard. All that kind of stuff, man. It was good times for competitive FPS back then. And also, there was no battle passes. There was no FOMO. It was like pure, you know.
It was pure.
So, it was pure.
I like how you basically you're saying like right now it's unpure, like the.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, I was, but just the other day it was bugging me. Like I never finished last season's Overwatch Battle Pass, and now I've just got there's no recourse and nothing I can do. If I wanted those skins, there's pretty much nothing I can do about it. I think, as far as I'm aware. But I hate all that kind of stuff, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Donataku says on this DLC was pure. Yeah, I mean, I think was it EA who started pulling that stuff. I think Dragon Age had some on this DLC.
Yeah, then there was Project $10 that EA and a lot of those publishers, especially EA, where it was like you had to. Because remember, that was the fight against the evil empire, GameStop, and their used games policy. Remember?
Yeah, you had to pay $10 to get online.
So if you rented the game somehow or you got it secondhand from a friend, it was like, no, you need to pay. Which is funny considering nowadays they want the smoothest entrance, the least amount of friction between you and getting online and playing your game, so much so that the games are actually free. But like then,
yeah, it's interesting.
They wanted like, no, you're gonna get you need to give us $10. I just kind of laugh thinking about that and thinking about where multiplayer is now in 2025. Where, you know, if you're not free, are you really going to be able to compete? You know, obviously, like there are games like Grand Theft Auto that are just kind of their own thing, but you know, when you think about some of the practices, or like the first time, you know, Oblivion's going to be a big part of the show, like the $2 horse armor that set the internet afire, right?
Yeah, which is kind of had a revival,
which is crazy. It's like people. I remember how much people freaked out, or, but yeah, man, the 360 generation was so special. A lot of things were introduced that were great, like. You know, outside of like some really cool franchises that began that generation, whether you can name like Assassin's Creed, you know, Mass Effect and stuff like that, but BioShock. I mean, if you were to ask me my favorite memories from the 360 generation, I mean, BioShock 1, I've repeatedly said, is probably one of my favorite gaming experiences ever. But definitely of the 360 generation, like playing that and playing it early and just having my mind blown, that like stands at the top. But then like, you know, the Grand Theft Auto 4s and the Tomb Raiders. And a thing that I also think doesn't really get mentioned a lot is Xbox Live Arcade and how forward-looking and industry-changing that was at the time. I mean, now we have indie games a dime a dozen, right? Like, you look on Xbox and 25 games release every single week. There are more that release on Steam every single week about, like, you know, indie games and from indie publishers, you know, making their games. And a lot of them you don't hear about because a lot of them come out and nobody buys. But then you do hear about the successes. Like Schedule 1 is like a big success story right now on Steam, or how Among Us came.
I've heard of that one.
But you go back to the 360 and like how, what was the setup? Every game needed to have a leaderboard. Every game needed to have a demo. Remember?
Yeah.
Every game had to be under a certain file size because remember the 360 had one of the bundles didn't come with the hard drive, and they kept on having to increase the download limit like every single. It was almost every single year you had to increase the limit. But I mean, I just remember like downloading games like Braid or Limbo
fantastic.
or Geometry Wars.
Did you ever play The Dishwasher?
Yeah, I played The Dishwasher.
A ninja game.
Yeah.
I love that game. So a lot of the things you're talking about, like with Xbox Live Arcade and the way indie games have evolved, like some of that stuff is just the way technology has evolved. Like back then, like Microsoft was pushing online services at the cutting edge. They were at the cutting edge of cloud, right? Back when their share price was like, it hit rock bottom. It was something like $30 a share, during the Ballmer era. And they were sort of investing in cloud and nobody really understood why. And Microsoft were like, yeah, this is where it's all going. Everything's going up to the cloud. And, but it was super expensive back then. There was no infrastructure. There was no data centers. It was all super expensive. But like, as that scaled up, it became more and more viable to just sort of have like infinite amount of games on your service. Like back then they used to charge developers to push an update to their game.
There used to be every patch costs a certain amount of money.
Yeah.
And
so like all that kind of stuff was just sort of
which wouldn't fly in today's marketplace.
No, it wouldn't. But now bandwidth is really far more accessible than it was back then.
True.
So yeah, it's been interesting. It's interesting to look back. Like those times are gone though. They'll never come back. The way the structure of the industry's changed, whether it's because of cloud or inflation or user habits and all that kind of stuff. So I think earlier I said that things have gotten worse, and I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Personally, I think things have just changed. Things have gotten different. There's still so many amazing gaming experiences. There's Game Pass is amazing and wouldn't be possible without like that aforementioned cloud technology. And handheld devices are getting more and more powerful, so you'll be able to take your games and your content no matter where you go. So yeah, while some things are worse, some things are definitely better, and I think it's important to not look through rose-tinted glasses sometimes. But Rand, before we get further in, should we do a little bit of housekeeping and super chatting?
Yeah, as soon as I finish reminiscing about the 360, Jez.
Okay.
As soon as I finish.
We'll reminisce a bit more, baby.
Not all good, right? I mean, there's a lot of things to love about that generation. You mentioned Gears of War and how, I mean, Gears essentially created a whole new genre by itself, right? The third-person cover shooter that so many games adopted, and not only that, but like it almost seemed like every game from that generation also had a tacked-on multiplayer. Right? Like, I always say
Tomb Raider. I remember that pissing me off.
Like then. So many games. Like, remember I say that this industry is a copycat industry. So when people see what works, they will immediately try to ape that content. So they see Gears of War being that milestone moment, that cultural impact it had. And then suddenly you had a whole bunch of games that were third-person cover shooters with a tacked-on multiplayer, which I wouldn't even say Gears didn't even have a tacked-on multiplayer because the multiplayer was a central core to Gears. But I don't think a lot of developers at the time, or even, I mean, they don't. There are a lot of games don't even have tacked-on multiplayer anymore. But during that time, they were just like, we need to have multiplayer. It needs to ship with this. It needs to have the campaign and the multiplayer. And a lot of the times, the multiplayer just wasn't any good, right?
No.
And how Halo 3 just basically swept the world. I remember like the quotes like Bill Gates talking about how, well, PlayStation better be worried about when they launch, because if they do, we might just drop Halo 3. Like the good old days of the console war, quote unquote, like when Bill Gates was talking about that stuff. And, Another example of copycat stuff is as soon as Modern Warfare became popular, like new Call of Duties, almost every single multiplayer game after that had to have some leveling progress. And suddenly, people couldn't play multiplayer games without that leveling up and unlocking dopamine hit that Call of Duty gave you. Because I mean, I will say, I remember the first time I played Modern Warfare and I played the multiplayer, and every time you would level up, you'd get the music that's like, right? Every time you level up,
guitar riff.
You get the guitar riff, you'd unlock some parts, you're just filling that bar, you're ever getting closer, and it felt so fresh and unique combined with the gunplay and the quick time to kill that wasn't really prevalent in any other games, and it just dominated. I mean, it's dominated the industry to this day. Still, 2025, like Call of Duty is still as impactful as it's always been. I mean, I guess maybe you can argue that Fortnite surpassed it in a way, but it's still just as big as it was, which is crazy to think that it's been going on now for almost like 20 years, right? Because Modern Warfare came out in 2007, but then all the games that came after had to copy that and stuff. But it wasn't all fun and roses. There was definitely some bad things, because I mean, I had to go through 6 360s or 8. I forget the actual number because Microsoft created a system that would fail a lot, and it's a testament to how great the games library was on the 360. It was a testament to how Nintendo had abandoned the hardcore. I'm sure Donataku has probably something to say about that, and it's a testament to how expensive and dry the PlayStation was at the time, that the 360, when it would die for people, instead of moving over to a different platform, people kept on being like, I need my 360, I need my 360, I need my 360, because at that point in time, before they fixed it, there was really no other option. Nintendo went off chasing grandmas and grandpas in their blue sky strategy and left the Nintendo hardcore faithful, like their Nintendo is this like going on a cruise with these old people, and their super hardcore fans are left on the shore being like, where are you going, Nintendo? And PlayStation was just so overpriced, and their big games were like Lair at the time. Remember Lair? And I don't even remember some of the other stuff, but the fact is
I can't even remember that game.
The 360 had all those early exclusives like Oblivion or Saints Row, Ghost Recon.
But there was something more than that. Like, they started getting de facto exclusives because the architecture was difficult for developers to port between. So, like, even though like Fallout 3 was on PlayStation, it was like didn't work super good.
It didn't work super good, which is funny considering Oblivion, I think, was the same way. And I remember like Bethesda's engine didn't work very well. But if you actually go look at reviews of Oblivion over on the PlayStation 3, even though it didn't run well, it's still reviewed well. It's like a 93 on PlayStation, and the game ran like pure shit on PlayStation 3 at the time. Still 93. I
suppose there was just nothing like it at the time. Well, I mean, I suppose Morrowind, but there was nothing. It was groundbreaking, technologically. So even though it had its issues, it was like, they'll fix that, or I don't know.
The one thing I do miss about the 360 gen that we're never getting back, and it's not so much like I know what you mentioned, like the pure aspect of it or whatever. It's the fact that you could get a sequel to a game in 2-3 years.
Oh yeah.
And that
shorter dev cycles,
and that games, you could have a game that didn't set the world on fire, and the studio wasn't in trouble of shutting down and laying people off. That they'll just come out with something new 2 years later.
Yeah, and dude, not only that, but like, also, if a game was not good the first time round, they might take the feedback and give it another go.
I mean, there are plenty of examples of games that the first game was like, and then the second game was like, oh man, okay, yeah,
Uncharted,
we got that,
for example.
improvement.
Mass Effect, to be honest.
Yeah.
No one wants to admit this, but Mass Effect 1, the gameplay.
Well, people will
that was
debate
rough.
Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2. People will be like, they removed all the RPG aspects from Mass Effect, 2. But I mean, if you ask me which one I prefer, it's Mass Effect 2 all day, right?
Yeah.
So
just purely in terms of like engine polish, like stability of the frame rates and all that kind of stuff, like night and day, technologically speaking. But like, I feel like, yeah, I mean, Mass Effect's probably a bad example because Mass Effect 1 was still had something special, I suppose. But there were other games that were just like not particularly great, and then the sequel came out and it was like, oh, actually, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. It's the industry's certainly changed, not always for the better, but we're still here, we're still gaming.
And think about it, like, right? We got like 2 or 3 Fable games during the 360 gen, like Fable 2, Fable 3, Fable the Journey with the Kinect. And we'll be lucky to get a Fable game this generation at all. Like a game they've been working on forever, or just how long it takes from games to go from, okay, we started doing this here and we're aiming for this date. It's like, Jesus, it takes
I was
forever.
watching I was watching a new show on Amazon Prime recently I can't remember what it was called. It was called I can't remember what it was called, but it was like a comedy show, and basically there was like a bunch of British comedians stuck in a room for 6 hours and they weren't allowed to laugh, right? So they had to try and make each other laugh, and then whoever laughed was sent out and they lost the game or whatever. And then they'd watch the remaining comedians from like a commentary box kind of thing, right? Richard Iowadi's in that. He was in it, right? And I was like, oh my God, Fable's a thing that still exists.
Yes.
Because he's like the giant in the Fable trailer. Oh my God, Turtle says Last One Laughing. Yeah, that's correct. It was called Last One Laughing. Very, very good show, I thought.
Do you remember? Do you remember the Xbox? What were they called? The points you had to use to buy arcade games and stuff. It was like 400 points was $5, 800 points was $10, 1,200 points was 15, and 1,600 was 20. You remember that?
Yeah, man. Oh.
And like how you'd be like, oh man, I only got 2. I have. Sometimes you'd have to like buy over the threshold.
Yeah.
To be able to. Nowadays, it's like whatever. You just buy the game. You don't actually buy points. But I remember that they introduced that as like, I forget what they were called. I think they were called Microsoft Points or whatever. But
yeah, they were called Microsoft Points.
It was like, oh yeah, 400, 800, 1,200, 1,600. Oh yeah, the 360. But anyways, yeah, I don't know how are we ever going to do an Xbox One retrospective, because episode 1's a long time ago, so I guess we can never do one for the Xbox One. And what number is the Xbox Series X and X Gen retrospective, Jez? It doesn't have a number to that
God
either.
Knows, man. God knows.
So yeah, let's do some housekeeping. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us this Friday. We apologize for missing last week. If you do us a big favor, make sure you hit the like button and share this out to let people know that we are live on this April 25th, 2025. And Jez, we have a sponsor for this episode, yeah?
We sure do, buddy. So, Rand, this week's episode is once again sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Rawr, rawr.
Gonna use that tonight to watch SmackDown on Netflix so I don't have to watch it on USA with commercials. It's so much better.
Yeah, so that's the best thing about Surfshark VPN is the ability to un-geo-block your streaming services. So you whack in Surfshark VPN, whether you're using the app on Windows or on your phone or using an Edge or Chrome extension, you slap that in there and then boom, you can access all of Netflix's European content or American content if you're in Europe. And yeah, you don't have to deal with those annoying ads and stuff like that. And because obviously, using WWE's example, SmackDown is only available on European Netflix for now. It will come to American Netflix eventually, but yeah. But it affects a bunch of other services, like you know, if you, for example, when I'm in Germany and I want to watch Channel 4, UK Channel 4, Surfshark VPN is great for that too. But also, Rand, in today's times where internet privacy and, you know, trackers and hackers and all that kind of stuff is a big increasing concern, Surfshark VPN is really good for hiding your data and your search queries and your traffic and all that kind of stuff with their encrypted RAM-based servers, which are not subjected to any form of logs because they're based in the Netherlands, which has no laws for data retention, which is pretty cool. So yeah, unlike a truly open internet with Surfshark's powerful features, bypassing geo restrictions to accessing global content, Surfshark lets you enjoy the web without limits. Plus, its clean web feature blocks ads, trackers, malware before they can reach you, giving you a faster, cleaner online experience. Your data is precious, and Surfshark treats it that way. Strict no logs policy, unlimited devices. You can trust your browsing history will fully stay private. And for you lovely XB2 Universe members, we've got an exclusive offer from Surfshark VPN. 86% off a 2-year plan with a couple of extra months thrown in on top. Just follow the link in the description. Supports the show and supports your privacy with a great product. So yeah, Surfshark VPN sponsors Xbox 2 podcast, and it's awesome. I'm using it to watch WrestleMania.
Yes. Did you
can also install it on you can also install it using certain routers can actually get Surfshark installed directly on the router.
Certain routers?
On the router, yeah.
Yeah.
The router. And if you install it on that, then your whole internet's just blanketed with superior security, you know? Yeah, very good service.
86% off, right?
86% off with a 2-year plan with an extra 2 months thrown in. Unlimited devices, works on everything. Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, Linux, you name it, it works.
Yeah, so, links in the description. Links also pinned to the comments if anybody wants to check that out. But we also have the wonderful Patreon members who, you know, you recently did a Towerborn dev interview, which was the first of its kind. I think you also have another one planned coming up soon-ish, maybe? Remember you telling me about
potentially.
It, potentially.
Yeah.
Like you said, we'll probably be doing something on Tuesday, and then we'll get a guest for Xbox 2+1. But we got to give shout-outs to the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Ethan Linhairs, VA, Resin Force, iMike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Tricks Are for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, RS Donks, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, K-Trox, Bright Chandra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, PB Broking, Ace and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Darren Torpy, Briggs, Country, Prof JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you guys for your continued support of me and Jez on the Xbox 2. Question and answer thread is up because we didn't do a show last week. If you want to submit 2 questions, you absolutely can. And yeah, we appreciate everybody who's a Patreon member and anybody who just, listens to the show whenever they whenever they get the chance or opportunity, because I know the shows are long. Not everybody always listens to it all the way through. Some people tell me they listen for an hour and then the next day they'll listen to another hour, so forth and so on, right? So that's kind of how it is. But yeah, question and answers thread is up, so make sure you go drop us something interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of things that have happened in the last couple of weeks, Jez. I don't even know where you want to start off with. I guess maybe
YouTube,
Oblivion. You want to talk about Oblivion?
Let's talk about Oblivion.
Because
my opinion on Oblivion's evolved over the last couple of weeks.
There's a lot of things surrounding Oblivion here, right? Like, one, shout out to Nate the Hate, who has been on this since, I think it was he was the first one to even mention that there was an Oblivion remaster in the works years ago, and then we knew that to be a fact, according to the FTC leak. You remember, where it had it listed among a whole bunch of other Bethesda games that might be releasing, but it seemed like remember, because that thing had Starfield releasing in 2021, and it didn't release in 2023, and it, like, Indiana Jones in 2022. And it just kind of seemed like, oh, I wonder if how badly COVID had screwed up the production cycles of those games. Because it definitely seemed like everything on there had been delayed 2 to 3 years, right? Even like it was Doom Year Zero. Clearly, it's Doom: The Dark Ages, but whether it was its code name or whatever, it was Doom Year Zero. I think that was supposed to come out in 2022 as well.
Yeah.
And that's where it listed the Oblivion remaster and the Fallout 3 remaster. And so it's always been a thing people have talked about since, God, what is it, like 2020, 2023? Like, oh, there's this, maybe it was canceled, maybe it exists, but earlier this year, Nate said that Oblivion was going to be coming this year, and that it was currently scheduled for June. And then in March, he's like, actually, it's been moved up. It's gonna be shadow dropped in April, in the second half of April. And that's exactly what happened. They had a live stream announcement on Monday where they were like, tune in tomorrow for, and they didn't even really say what it was. It was just like a zoomed in look of a character with the numeral 4. And everybody, of course, knew it was going to be Oblivion. And then they revealed it the next day on Tuesday with the shadow drop, and really set the internet on fire. Like, there are so many people talking about the game, just 19-year-old RPG that for a lot of people potentially was their first Western RPG. I know it was for me, really.
It was mine. It was definitely mine.
I mean, it was my first Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
Also mine.
And I really like Oblivion. But I saw like huge content creators talking about this game, and I was just like, oh man, this thing's going to blow up. And it released, and I think it's reached as high as 190,000 concurrent on Steam, and whatever numbers it's doing on PlayStation and Xbox Game Pass and PC Game Pass. So I'm sure there's a lot of users playing this game. It's a $50 experience, which is, I feel like, the right price. Comes with Shivering Isles and Knights of the Nine included in that price, or you can play for free on Game Pass. Which, man, Game Pass is having a freaking crazy, insane quarter right now.
It really is,
and there's some overlap, but I don't know. Did you? I mean, I haven't gotten to play it yet because at the time I decided I was going to play Expedition 33, and maybe you guys think I'm weird. But if I know I'm going to play a game in a day or two, I am not going to start something else. Because I just don't really see the point in starting something when you're just going to put it on the back burner for a while. So I did download Oblivion, and I'm like, I'll come back to you, probably sometime after Doom or whatever. But I was like, the game I want to play is like Expedition 33, just because it's new, and the reviews are all stellar for it. But I can't just be... I'm just really impressed by what they've done with Oblivion. Like, the comparisons to what it looked like in 2006 to now. So they give it the facelift, but then they also kept in a lot of the glitches and stuff that kind of makes Oblivion the jank that it's really known for. They've ironed out some of the edges of some of the leveling up systems and the melee combat and stuff, but... I don't know, man. What do you think about what they've done for the Oblivion remaster? What are your thoughts on it?
I wrote an editorial last week where I was like, because obviously you don't bet against Night the Hay, right? I mean, it was pretty. No, you don't. It's pretty clear that like it was a legit thing, and Nate was like completely on the money, right? So I wrote an editorial and I was like, I'm confused. Why are they shadow dropping this thing?
Well, hold on. let's just talk about like what was presented, like what do you think of the remaster overall, and then we can get into the tangents of everything else, like the shadow drops and competing against Expedition 33 and stuff, because I think those are kind of separate conversations. Just like, what's your overall thoughts of like how it looks? Would you do you want them to do it for like Skyrim and Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas? Are you already thinking of like, man, this is something they should be pursuing more of in the future? Like that.
Well, they are.
Well, I know they are. But like, to me, I know one of the things that I didn't really have in my notes, but I did see it earlier, is that Resident Evil 4 just hit 10 million sales, right? Which, congratulations to Capcom. They're killing it. Resident Evil is, after kind of going through the highs and then the lows with like Resident Evil 6 and some of those games, and then, like, it's really, they've really done amazing. And I like how Capcom's handling it, because they are doing remake, new game, remake, new game, right? So you get Resident Evil 7, but then you get Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 remake. And then it's like, ooh, Resident Evil 8. And then it's, ooh, Resident Evil 4 remake. Oh, Resident Evil 9. So, like, you're combining the best of both worlds. So, in my mind, I'm thinking Bethesda could easily do this. It's like Oblivion Remaster. Boom. Elder Scrolls 6 new game. Fallout 3 Remaster. Fallout New Vegas Remaster. Boom. Fallout 5. Like Elder... You know what I mean? Like, they could easily follow in the footsteps that Capcom has really laid down by remaking some of their older games that maybe the current generation of gamers have never played. Because how many people had never played Resident Evil 2, which came out even well before Oblivion? But now how many people are experiencing Oblivion for the first time now, and maybe get into the Elder Scrolls franchise just in time for Elder Scrolls 6 to come out in a couple years? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like
seriously told me not to go on a tangent.
I know, and I just went on a tangent. But
yeah, dude, like, the reason I started talking about the way they'd handled this, right, is because, and this does tie into my opinion of the game. Okay. It doesn't feel like a simple. It doesn't feel like a simple remaster. They've upgraded the combat. It's far beyond, what certain other companies would describe as a remaster.
True.
This is like this. And I've seen other people say this. This surely strays into
a remake.
Remake territory.
So why do you think they use the remaster terminology and not the remake terminology then? Is it to keep expectations lower, so you like exceed expectations rather than under delivering on your expectations?
Yeah, so I think that's really what the issue is here. I think Microsoft's mentality and strategy towards marketing has evolved, and I think part of it is just because of how negative online discourse has become over the last, and online discourse has always been negative, but it feels
way more negative
even
now.
Yeah, it's even worse. It's worse than ever, right? And especially like with a game like Oblivion, where it's like there's an established fan base, there's an established perception of what it is and what it should do. By shadow dropping it like this, you kind of like deprive the detractors of any opportunity to spread negative FUD, So I think that's at least part of the reason why they did it this way. But obviously that's problematic for a variety of reasons, which we can talk about more in the tangent section. But from what I've seen of it, it looks absolutely incredible, far beyond what I expected. Yeah. When I wrote that editorial last week about like the shadow drop, it was from the mentality of like, this is just going to be a reskin, that kind of thing, right?
You were already already thinking in your mind the negative aspects of it.
I exactly played into that sort of expectation that Microsoft probably had, that people were going to be negative about what this potentially could be, and all my assumptions were based on my own pessimism and the leaks, which obviously didn't have the full whack of information in there. So So with that in mind, it's kind of like, okay, well, actually, the shadow drop makes sense. Completely makes sense. And then furthermore, when you look at the quality of the game and what they've delivered there, it's absolutely stunning what Virtuous has put together. And like you said, it bodes well for future, you know, uh, remasters and stuff. I think it's really put Virtuous on the map. I mean, obviously they've done other things. This is by far like their biggest project and biggest IP that they've worked on. And it's been a smash hit, roaring success.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I'm looking forward to playing it. I'll get round to it eventually, but much like you, Rand, I had completely settled on Expedition 33, and I've been playing that non-stop all day. It's fucking amazing.
I know. We'll talk about Expedition 33.
We'll talk about that in a bit.
But it's
yeah, but I'm almost annoyed at Microsoft for
because sometimes we think like
giving me too much shit.
Like there's the idea of the shadow drop, right, itself. And because there was a previous game that Xbox Shadow dropped that was a masterpiece, in my opinion, Hi-Fi Rush. And there was always the debate about whether that was the right thing to do for that game. Because some of the things that you even mentioned about Oblivion, about like, oh, look at the toxic discourse that can happen. And if you had, say, announced Oblivion Remastered a year ago with the trailer, people would nitpick it. People would just get in their heads like, oh, it's really not going to be that much of an improvement. And instead it's like, okay, here's a shadow drop. You can play it now. And it kind of skips all that stuff. Things were said about Hi-Fi Rush, that if Hi-Fi Rush had a normal marketing cycle, that people would have been like, oh, it looks too cartoony. Where's the realistic graphics? You could have come up with a whole bunch of different reasons. Instead, it was like, we're going to tune into this developer direct. Here's this game. Holy crap. We've never seen this before. This looks so amazing. You can immediately play it and judge it for yourself. There's no reviews. And it was like everybody's just going gaga over that game. Granted, it's unfortunate to what happened to the studio. So obviously,
I mean, it had an happy ending in the end.
I mean, sure, like they still exist.
Yeah, it would have been.
They're working on Hi-Fi Rush 2, which I can't wait to play. And I just sort of wonder if marketing has changed from what it used to be, because Oblivion's a game that is a remaster that you could have marketed for a while and could have gotten people really anticipating. And, you could even tie it into like something like Grand Theft Auto 6, where people are still like on the fence of whether it's coming out this year because they've only released one trailer and they've done nothing else for the game. And then you hear like them talk about it, how like, oh, well, marketing's different now. You don't necessarily have to just market something for years and years in advance. In fact, we're going to hold our marketing until closer, so we're not going to quote unquote blow our load, right? Yeah. And I feel like for Oblivion it works because it's like you start a stream and Oblivion's already a game that is in the minds to a lot of people something like magical. Like it has a lot of nostalgia going for it, right? As you can clearly see by how many people were streaming the game and how many people were watching this stuff. Like Oblivion means something to a lot of people. And then you watch it and it's like, that first transition to Patrick Stewart's character and how it did look originally to then like, oh my God, this is what it looks like now. And all that stuff. It even got a lot of people wondering if this was a controlled leak. Like the whole idea of like the screenshots appearing, somebody grabbing them from the Virtuous website. Because even though this was supposed to be a shadow drop, people, at least in the online gaming sphere, seemed to know it existed and were anticipating it anyways. Right? Which I guess you could say, you could talk a little about leaker culture in this thing, because there's a part of me that wonders, what if there had not been a single leak of this? And people just woke up on that Monday and it was like, tune in tomorrow for this. And then they tuned in tomorrow and they just had their minds blown because here's Oblivion Remaster, but there had been no reports of the game existing at all prior. and how crazy people would have went over it. Like that whole aspect of, surprises. And I understand, like, for a lot of people, they probably had no idea, because not everybody follows the online discourse that goes around in gaming, right? People just, oh, this is available on Game Pass, or this is in the store now and I'm going to play it. But I sort of wonder of the online reaction, how would it have been if nobody had known about it and nobody had leaked it and it just appeared one day? Do you ever think about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's one of the issues with this, is like there's no way to teleport to an alternative dimension and figure out what if the other way had been done, right? But
well, I don't know. Have you talked to anybody at Microsoft or Xbox? Have you gotten a sense of, were they upset with the leaks? Were they happy with how the game was received and its player count numbers and all that sort of stuff? And at the end, it all worked out. Like, have you?
I'll say this: I have spoke to people at Microsoft about Oblivion, but not necessarily the leaks. But what I was told was it's vastly exceeded their expectations, but the Shadow Drop validated again that it was the right way to market the game. So, I think it does sort of hint that we'll see more of this. But with leaks and stuff like that, a lot of it was their own fault.
Sure.
It wasn't just Nate leaking it. It was also Virtuous's website
Virtuous website. Yep.
Virtuous website leaked it, and you had like other stuff like the FTC documents, and there's a bunch of ways this leaked. And I suppose this is the risk when you're working with second parties, right? So while Virtuous did a really great job, it created a pipeline for making the leaks possible in the first place. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I've seen some people be like, the leaks were on purpose, because they felt like the leaks drove that hype cycle, like you said. And, like Paris in chat says, it wasn't an on purpose leak. Microsoft doesn't do that. In fact, Microsoft, like, I emailed Microsoft PR about something just this morning, like saying, and I can't tell you guys what it is yet, but I was like, look, I've got this information. I'm preparing to write a report on it. Can you comment on that stuff, right? And you can just tell that they didn't want some of this stuff out there, because they've got a whole plan. And I think, like, one of the other things that it's worth mentioning with regards to this plan is it stepped on a lot of their partners' toes. I've heard from at least 2 indie developers
who are not happy.
With the way this was handled. And I know that Microsoft did brief some of the devs. Like, for example, Claire Obscure had a Twitter post ready for the announcement, for example, because Microsoft knew that people were going to be like, bro, you cut Claire Obscure off at the knees, although Claire Obscure is doing very well.
Yes, 500,000 copies sold already, right?
Yeah, it's doing very well, so that's good news for them.
Great news for them. Great news. Plus, they got the bag from Game Pass. I mean,
yeah, they did. So, but it could have been worse, right? Yes. And for some of the games that released recently, it is worse. Like, I've heard from some indie devs. I can't remember off the top of my head what the game was exactly, but there was a game that launched literally the same day as this, and it's like, it's not exactly this. It's obviously not an Oblivion like, but it's like that sort of RPG medieval kind of game. I think it was a roguelike or something like that, and it was launching on Steam. And the email, I swear to God, this isn't a work. Like, I swear to God, the email read something like, because of Oblivion, I'm literally begging you to write an article about our game and let people know that it's here, because Oblivion, they had all this plan for marketing and stuff, and it's all flown out the window. So, that's some of the downsides of doing some of this stuff.
Of shadow dropping one of the largest RPGs of all time just out of nowhere on a random day.
Yeah.
Where at least if you had given it a date,
would have given some people a little bit of a head.
Yeah, or if you had actually marketed it beforehand, devs could have been like, we're not going to release our stuff there. but it's sort of, I don't know, because you mentioned Expedition 33, and it's a game that Microsoft had a partnership with. It was in their developer direct in January.
Yeah.
Highest rated game this year so far, and people are talking about it like Game of the Year contender. And it's almost like, okay, so Microsoft just tries to drop Oblivion, and then 2 days later they have Expedition 33. I did see some people online when the rumors are going around that Microsoft was going to leak or drop the game this week. People were like, absolutely not, because it would overshadow Expedition 33, even though it's not its own game. And they did so anyways. Now, there's a part of me that's like, maybe they feel that they're both serving different audiences. Like, one's a turn-based RPG and one's a Western RPG. Maybe they feel by doing this, it actually highlights Game Pass's value more. Like, when you look at like Game Pass's value right now, it's like, boom, we have Grand Theft Auto 5 in here, right now. We have South of Midnight, we have Avowed, we have Oblivion, we have the current, highest rated game of the year in both Expedition 33 and Blueprints. And hey, in just 2 weeks or whatever, Doom: The Dark Ages was going to be so it makes me wonder if it was more a deliberate choice to highlight like the Game Pass value because I think you wrote an article about it, like how Game Pass is, this quarter is like insane, and it certainly is
insane.
And it's just like, okay, this is, going to continue hopefully. And so it's like, because when I was thinking about like a shadow drop, and it's like April was already kind of stacked for Xbox. They had a lot of stuff, and next month is just Doom. So I was like, well, why wouldn't they release Oblivion maybe a little bit after, maybe a couple weeks after Doom at the end of May? Or why not just release it in June? Like, you have a showcase in June, on June 8th, that everybody's going to be watching. And if you were planning on shadow dropping, why not shadow drop it then? And you have a game available for June. You have to put in a Game Pass because that's what you're going to need. But they decided not to. Is it something to do with their financial situation, like wanting to get as much out of Oblivion as they can before the end of the current fiscal year, so they put it in April? Like, I'm just sort of like thinking in my head, like, the reasons why you would do it now and not do it at June or not do it at the end of May, because you're going to get to a point where you're not going to have all these games dropping within a couple months of each other, because you're going to get to June and July, and it's like, oh, well, what's in Game Pass this month? And it's like, well, not much. They did give the new release date for FBC, the co-op shooter from Remedy, which I think is coming in July. So I don't know. There's like, that was kind of my thoughts about like that aspect of it, of like, I wonder why they just didn't wait to the showcase and drop it then. I don't
I don't know, man. I mean, Lord Cognito over on Defining Duke and Iron Lords, apparently someone in chat said he suggested it was because of the quarterlies, like you said.
Yeah.
I think as well, I did hear as well that the game had been held back, or like not held back, but held back because of Avowed. So there was that as well. So I think they wanted to avoid Avowed, and it was also like, well, if we keep just trying to avoid things, we're going to overlap with something. You got Doom next month. God knows what might be shadow dropping in June or July. And then you've got like all the GTA shit coming later. Like, at some point, you just have to, press a trigger, I guess.
Sure. No, I mean, at some point, you do got to release it. And I can see them being like, we want to move it away from Avowed because Oblivion and Avowed are pretty similar.
Very, very comparable.
Where
it's like that would be like Titanfall Battlefield situation.
Yeah, where like Expedition 33 is, not exactly the same. Yeah, maybe different audiences. I do,
dude.
What?
Every time you mention that game, I just want to go play it. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying, man.
Yeah. So now we've seen what the Oblivion Remaster has done. does this make you want? Because you're a Fallout guy, yeah.
I am a Fallout guy,
and I'm an Elder
Scrolls guy as well.
Well, you're more of a Fallout guy than Elder Scrolls guy, and I'm more of an Elder Scrolls guy than a Fallout guy, right?
Yeah.
Does this make you wish that they give this treatment to all their games moving forward? So, like, are you looking at this and being like, please do this for Fallout 3 Remastered in New Vegas?
Well, we know Fallout 3.
Well, we know Fallout 3. But beyond that, do you want them to then do it to New Vegas? Do you want them to do this to Skyrim? I mean, I'm sure Bethesda's probably over the moon happy. Like, we can release Skyrim again for another time?
Yeah, dude, do it. Do it for everything, you know? Like, one thing I was really curious about with Oblivion, which I haven't been able to test myself yet, is because the whole thing for years was you need the source engine, not source engine, you need the creation engine to have that physics experience, right? That's what you needed. But does Unreal Engine create the same experience? Because like the feel of creation engine is very, very unique and specific. And I remember one of the things about Halo switching to Unreal Engine is like, can they preserve the feel of Halo? Because it's got a very unique feel. So we'll need someone in chat to elaborate on this. Does Oblivion in Unreal feel like Oblivion? Because if they are able to ditch the creation engine and achieve the same sort of results, then whatever, you know. Don Attacker says it's actually Gamebryo, not creation engine. Yeah, but isn't creation engine built on a Gamebryo or something like that? I don't know. But anyways, whatever. It has a unique feel, and because the whole thing with Starfield and performance issues and all that kind of stuff. But then Unreal Engine's been criticized for having performance issues too. Like,
especially on PC.
The game doesn't run it doesn't run very well on Steam Deck, for example. And you know, I saw an article in PC Gamer which was just basically like, you should play the original with mods, not this. You know, so
yeah, no thanks. I'll play this and not the original. I already played the original years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll play the remastered version. Thanks.
Yeah. So Illegal Dad says it feels the same but less ragdoll craziness. See, that's like the weird ragdoll stuff is you know, something I'd want to have, you know. Does it have gore? Did they add gore to it? I can't remember if the original had gore. Like Skyrim was like, sometimes you could chop someone's head off, I think. But I can't remember if Oblivion had that kind of stuff. But they have enhanced the combat. I noticed there's like a sort of dodge roll now and shit like that. I don't know. I need to go and play for myself. But yeah, if this is like the precedent Microsoft's setting, it's you know, someone on Windows Central wrote an article which was to the effect of, Sony, your remasters suck. This is how you should do it, right? Got a bunch of upset comments about that, but it was funny that this dropped like not so long after Last of Us 2 Remastered, which remastered literally nothing. Or maybe added like some extra shaders or some bullshit like that. So I do think it's interesting that they've managed to pull this off. Clearly this was a labor of love, and I'd love to see more of it, yeah. I mean, Fallout, bring that, then do Skyrim, do Fallout 4 as well. Fuck it. Do every game, man. Do every cool game. Do Dragon Age Origins. Like, I can't help but wonder if, like, other publishers are looking at this methodology and just being like, shit, this is the right way of doing it.
Too late, you know, too late for Dragon Age, yes. Too late for Dragon Age. You gotta do it to a.
We'll do the old 3D Final Fantasy.
Dude, you gotta do it for
like Mass Effect, Final Fantasy 10 and up. You know, do Mass Effect 1.
You gotta do it for franchises that have a future, and Dragon Age has none. So.
Why you gotta be like that, bro?
I'm just saying. I think they should.
What, chat? Why does he have to be like that? Why does Rand have to be like this?
What, to point out that Dragon Age is dead and your franchise is no more?
Yeah, but how about this, bro?
You didn't even finish Dragon Age, the new one, Dragon Age Veilguard. So
you couldn't even remember.
I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah, Dragon Age. Of course, I didn't finish Veilguard. It was fucking trash. But Dragon Age Origins is the GOAT. So remake that shit with Virtuous, and then people remember that it was good.
Yeah,
you know,
and then nobody would care. Nobody would care.
Then you could make, maybe if it was really good, you could make a new one that forgets Veilguard ever existed. No,
No,
Rand.
sorry, bro.
No, shit.
Something you love is now officially dead, and you killed it.
So Donataku says Oblivion Remaster is still running on Gamebryo as the brains of the engine. Unreal Engine 5 is running on top of it for the graphical overhaul. See, this is where like I don't really know or understand the technical ins and outs of it, and I certainly haven't researched it yet. But that's interesting. I mean, if that's something that they can do for those kind of games, I mean,
it sounds like it's really no different than what Halo Combat Evolved did in 2012, where it was
use Unreal for the.
Well, it wasn't even Unreal. It was like it was the Halo engine, and then remember because you could press the button and get the visual upgrade. It was like the original game was running underneath it or whatever, and it just had the visual upgrade on top of it. But yeah, I mean, I don't like I mentioned with Resident Evil. I think people really like that idea of like here's a remaster, or remake of your older games to bring them up into current gen standards of how the game looks, at least, while also still putting out new stuff. Because if there was just this and you weren't making any new games in the franchises, maybe people would be a little bit more disappointed. Like, oh, Oblivion, you're just giving us this. But everyone knows they're working on Elder Scrolls 6. So I think that's also like people are happy to experience part of their childhood in, like, oh, like I remember, sitting down 20 years ago and playing this while they patiently wait for the brand new one. So I think you could easily do this with like Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas before you do Fallout 5. And then obviously you do Skyrim again because why the fuck not? Right? And
let me ask you this, right? Is the new trend towards high quality remakes and remasters, is this because we're all of a certain age now and we don't want anything new?
Everything old is new again, bro.
We just want nostalgia.
Everything's old is new again.
Are we all about the nostalgia now?
I mean, obviously our generation is very much about nostalgia, and you gotta get new fans into the franchise somehow. And what better way to do that than with remakes or remasters of older games? I guarantee you the Oblivion remaster that just came out is going to be someone's first Elder Scrolls. And maybe that leads them down the hole of playing Skyrim or really eagerly anticipating the next Elder Scrolls. So you're always talking about like widening the market or whatever. And, with how successful this Oblivion remaster is, right? 190,000 concurrent on dude, they got to know like how big Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be. A brand new one? This is almost kind of like sly marketing in a way for Elder Scrolls 6. Even though there's nothing tying it together, like it really does market like, hey, there's going to be another one of these in the future. And, remember my prediction is that, this year's, and I haven't even thought about my predictions yet, but like maybe this year they actually tease Elder Scrolls 6 at the showcase. Because it's been what, 7 years since they did it in 2018, and the FTC leak had that game releasing in what was it, 2024, I think. So 2-3 years. I'm just saying, like, maybe it's like Oblivion remastered, Shadow Drop, and then boom, this showcase. It's like, here's something from Elder Scrolls 6. Depending on how far away it is. If it's 3 years away at this point, maybe they don't. But if it's 2 years away, like if the game's coming in 2027, I could easily see them dropping like some sort of trailer for Elder Scrolls 6. So yeah, Oblivion seems to be quite the quite the success story.
Only heard good things about the performance. I think you can bet that they'll announce player numbers soon. It's something they're talking about internally, whether or not to do that. So expect that to happen next week, probably.
We get some super chats here. We got.
Actually, Rand.
What?
Oh, before we do super chats, did you see a certain former Blizzard executive causing some controversy with his
Mike
take
Ibarra.
on yeah. So what did Mike say exactly?
He said basically that there's no way it could compete with Elden Ring or whatever. His whole tweet hinged on like Elden Ring. which, well, you know, let me go to his tweet, unless he's deleted it. Good old Mikey Barra. Let's see here. Mike's tweeting a whole bunch of football related stuff. Where's his tweet? Hope he didn't delete it, Mike. Okay. He says, I'm skeptical about 20-year-old remasters. What was once fantastic, now remastered, will never hold up against modern masterpieces like Elden Ring. The bar is simply moved from safe open world RPGs to what Elden Ring brought us all. I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm not. Mike, you were proven wrong, buddy. I'm sorry. You're absolutely 100% proven wrong. And I don't know. It's like, what was once fantastic, now remastered, will never hold up against modern masterpieces like Elden Ring. Is anybody comparing Oblivion to Elden Ring? Why does everything got to be compared to Elden Ring anyways? You know what I mean?
I have no idea. I seriously, like, when I play Oblivion, I'm not playing it with the mindset of I wanna parry, I wanna, you know, do super accurate gameplay and get sweaty or challenge myself, and you know, because that's to me what Elden Ring is. I suppose, like, you can make Elden Ring easy for yourself. You pop summons or grind a bit and stuff like that, but Elden Ring is like a completely different experience. I would barely even put them in the same genre, to be honest. I feel like Oblivion's much more about the just pure immersion. It's a role playing game. I see Elden Ring a bit more like an action game, maybe, but I don't know. I don't play them with the same mentality. But
I mean, also
he did get rather cooked for that.
Well, I mean, also isn't this the guy Ybarra that was in charge of Blizzard when they released the greatest remaster of all time, Warcraft 3 Reforged?
I mean, I don't know if he was there for that.
I think he was.
Was he? I don't know. But one thing he was definitely there for is Diablo 2 Resurrected, which was a fantastic remake of a 20-year-old game. So, you know.
I mean, I guess I could see Mike's point if Mike's point was, instead of it being Expedition 33 that was releasing, it was Elden Ring. Like, if Oblivion was releasing 2 days before Elden Ring or 2 days after Elden Ring, I could see the point there. But Elden Ring's been out for 3 years now. You know what I mean? Like, people have moved on from Elden Ring, even though people talk about it being like the game of the generation, and I'm one of those people. Like, it's like 1B for me of like games of the gen. It's been 3 years, you know? So yeah. It's like, oh, it's never gonna live up to Elden Ring. Like, yeah, it's not going to, but it's not supposed to. And why draw the comparison? Maybe you could draw the comparison if it released closer to it, but you're also talking about a game that is widely beloved and people showed up in droves to play it. So, yeah. Let's take a look at some of these super chats. We got Pompish 2.0. He says, "Go to bed with itchy, but wake up with smelly finger." Okay. I mean, you might want to see a doctor, I guess. I don't know. That's what he said.
Oh my god.
Jen says, "Say my name 360 times and I appear."
Yeah. Say his name and he appears.
So, on a brief tangent, what'd you think of WrestleMania 41?
I've only watched night one.
You only watched night one, and what'd you think of night one?
I've had all the spoilers, but I thought night one was okay. I thought the triple threat was amazing. Really, really good. I did not see that ending coming at all.
I saw that ending coming a mile away, bro.
Fuck off.
No, it seriously did. It was the only thing that made sense.
Nah, I didn't see that coming.
Saw that shit a mile away. In fact,
right, Randall fucking.
I'm just saying, bro.
Not an insider predictor. So what are you know? A wrestling insider?
It's just a prediction. It's
yeah.
I thought night one was pretty bad. The triple threat saved it, and night two.
I liked it overall.
Night two was pretty good, except for the main event was god awful, and the ending to the main event was so fucking stupid that I can't believe they actually booked it that way. And then, of course, The Rock had to come out and damage control everything like 2 days later, and all this other stuff going on about it. But yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
But Raw on Monday was amazing. 10 out of 10. You need to watch that.
Yeah, everyone's my brother said that as well. That Raw's amazing. I haven't watched that yet either, so I got some catching up to do. But I actually today, Rand, I was like, once I finished work, I was like, okay, do I want to play Expedition 33 or do I want to watch WrestleMania Night 2? And I chose Expedition 33, so no regrets. But I'll probably watch WrestleMania Night 2 tomorrow. But hit us up with some more super chats, my dude.
We got Donataka with the 5. He says, Xbox 2 run by X frauds? I was set on the PlayStation 2 until I saw the Xbox and Halo. Never looked back. Even put off GameCube until the end of the gen because of it.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I was a PlayStation guy, and I didn't get the... I got the game... Well, so I got the PlayStation 2 at launch, and then I got a GameCube when... Remember when the GameCube dropped to $99.99 and it actually came with the game? So I remember getting the GameCube when it was $100 and I got Metroid Prime with it. That's when I got the GameCube. And I didn't get the Xbox until 2004. A few months before the Halo 2 launch, because Halo 2 was just everywhere and I was like, okay, this is something I got to play. So I like how Don Otaku's calling us X frauds because we didn't get an Xbox until the end of the Xbox gen, but here he is damage controlling for Nintendo all day, every day on Twitter. So we still love you, Don.
I was a PC dude, man, but then my PC broke. I was an Unreal Tournament kid, man. Oh, man, Unreal Tournament was so good. Did
you ever watch the Unreal Tournament short on Secret Levels?
No, I didn't.
It was really good. One of the better ones. You should check it out.
Really?
You should check it out when you get a chance.
When I played at Fortnite for the first time, and I only played it like properly for the first time this year or like last year, within the last year, and I was just like, this is basically Unreal Tournament 2004, but with cartoon graphics and licensed skins, like driving around, pickups all over the place. It's like the prototype for Fortnite. Back then, really, I'd love them to just give me Unreal Tournament 2003 or 2004. They've got it all the code done. Just give me the skin, man. I'll come to playing that. And yeah, tangent. Give us some more super chats, baby.
We got Silas, who's been a member for 18 months, says, Rand, if you had to pick one, becoming a PC gamer, becoming 100% PC gamer, or 100% ebook reader. I mean, if those are my choices, I guess I'd become 100% PC gamer. All my books I own are all physical. I don't really like reading on an ebook. I've done it before. I don't get as invested. I don't know what it is. Maybe kind of always felt like to me when I tried to do that, like I was reading an email or something, and I would lose focus. It's part of the reason why I don't listen to any audiobooks, because I can't focus on the audiobook, right? Like, I know a lot of people use audiobooks when they're cleaning the house or when they're driving to work and they got the audiobook on, or, maybe they speed up the narration so they can go through it faster. Like, I've tried that, but like, to say like I'm sitting at my PC, I'm like, okay, let me listen to this, and then I just find my mind wandering, or I'll do something else, and then I'll be like, wait, what did he say? And I find myself having to like skip back. The only way I can really enjoy an audiobook is I'm literally doing nothing else. Like, put me in a sensory deprivation tank and plug in the audiobook, and that would be the way I enjoy it, because I don't even want to say I'm not disciplined enough, because I am when I pick up an actual book in my hand. I can kind of shut everything else out, and it's just me and the book in my hand, and I'm just reading it. Maybe it's because my eyes are occupied by the words on the page instead of like listening to something in my ears. So that means my eyes can wander and I might look at something else and then suddenly forget what I'm listening to. I just can't do audiobooks because I just cannot pay attention to them. That's a me problem. But I guess if that's the choice, I would be 100% PC gamer. Which most likely will be next generation because the next Xbox console is going to be a PC anyways. So, Mr. Donataku comes back and says Rand gets his Dream Wheel of Time game, but it's a Nintendo exclusive. What does Rand do? Oh my god. Well, in that case, it depends. If the game's shit, then I won't have to do anything. If the game's like a 90 meta something and revolutionizes open worlds, I probably would have to go out and buy a Nintendo Switch then to play that game. But
you could emulate it.
I mean, I guess I could, but I don't really do that stuff. So it depends, Don. If it's a piece of shit, no sweat off my sack. If it's amazing, then I would have to go play it and buy a Nintendo for it. But we'll even see if it comes out. He also says hardcore Nintendo fans were eating on the Wii 2, even outside the usuals. Metroid Prime 3, Red Steel, Mad World, No More Heroes, The Conduit, etc. Man, I know you ain't talking about The Conduit, the game that ended with like Abraham Lincoln and George Washington traveling to the future, whatever that shooter was, man. That's how you know how dry it was on the Nintendo Wii. Fucking Don's mentioning The Conduit. Like, come on, dude. I mean, at least I'll give you like Metroid Prime and No More Heroes and stuff and Mad World, but The Conduit? Come on, man. We all know the Wii was used for Wii Fit and fucking grandpas and grandmas doing Wii bowling, man. Come on. We got Jay Foley, who says, hey guys, just when I thought Split Fiction will win Game of the Year, this year's Expedition 33 appears. Anyways, you guys think we'll get an Elite Series 3 reveal at the showcase? Have a good day, you two. Oh, the Elite Series 3, Jez.
I will say this. The Elite Series 3 exists. Got the code name for it. From what I can tell, and there's still research ongoing on this. There's currently 3 Xbox hand controller prototypes.
You were about to say handhelds.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, there's not 3 handhelds. There's 1 handheld. We're not counting Kennen, by the way. But from what I've heard over the last few months, there's 3 prototypes for controller, and some of the code for that has been lit up on the Xbox console when I've been digging. From what I can tell, one of them's sort of like a basic, sort of cheaper, controller, like the standard one we have now, with like, some next gen enhancements, whatever those are. Don't know what they are. Then there's like sort of like a mid-gen one, a mid-range one, which I think is gonna be, what's the code name for that now? That was the one that leaked. Pardon, sorry?
Sebel? Was it Sebel?
Was it Sebel?
Sebel was the one that had like the haptics
Sebel, yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, Sebel. So it seems like Sebel still exists, and that was the one that leaked with the FTC documents, and that's like some kind of mid-range, or like La Mingo Dart in chat says maybe it's like the Elite Core. But then there's also going to be an Elite, so a proper Elite Series 3. But I'm not entirely sure what some of the features are going to be. One of the things that I've heard they're going to do, and I think Microsoft has alluded to this in interviews anyway, so it's barely really a leak, but some of the stuff that people kind of have expected them to do, which is like direct to cloud Wi-Fi connection. So instead of connecting your controller via Bluetooth and then your phone sending your controller signal up to the cloud, which adds a few milliseconds of latency, right? Your controller will directly connect to your router as a Wi-Fi connection, eliminating the lag that comes from Bluetooth and then your TV interpreting that signal and then sending it up. So like those extra few milliseconds of lag will be shaved off with your controller going straight up to the cloud directly somehow. And also like an actual switch to switch a controller between cloud and console mode and PC mode and stuff like that, rather than the weird half method we have right now, which is like, I think you have to, I can't remember how you do it now, but you have to do something with the power button to switch it between the last remembered Bluetooth connection and the last remembered console connection. So yeah, all those kind of cloudy kind of stuff is going to come to some of those controllers, but I think they'll keep the affordable controller, a more affordable normal controller for people who aren't interested in cloud. So yeah, double tap the sync button, Don Attacker said. Yeah, that's right. So if you double tap the sync button on your controller, it switches between Bluetooth and Xbox wireless stuff, which I think not a lot of people know, but there'll be like an actual proper button for it with the next controller, I think. So yeah, yeah, we are getting some kind of Elite Series 3. I don't know if it'll be announced in June though. I think maybe you see it maybe next year. Maybe it launches with the next gen Xbox. We'll see.
I don't know if it. I don't know if it would launch with the Xbox. It's usually something that would come later. You know, but I mean, I guess it's something they could launch.
No, I think
it's
something that's in development now.
Yeah, but that
I don't know. Maybe they'll launch it like before. Maybe they'll launch it in the summer before the new hardware, so like Xbox One and Xbox Series S and X people can buy it. Because I imagine it's going to be compatible with the current slate of consoles that exist anyway. Although I don't know which Xbox One owners are going to buy it, but like Xbox Series X owners might buy it with the view of, oh, I'm going to upgrade console anyway.
I mean, I suppose maybe they could launch it with the console as like, you know, if you want to buy this $200 controller or $250 controller or whatever it would be.
Yeah,
certainly possible.
And just to clarify all that information, by the way, this is something I'd share on the podcast, but it's not necessarily something I'm willing to put into a report yet because I don't have a huge amount of information on this stuff. So take it with a pinch of salt, you know, for now. But watch Windows Central. If I get like Canon levels of info on this shit, you'll see a report on Windows Central about it.
Right. Yeah, so we have ISIS with just a super chat. Thank you. No message. We got Punkish Rogue. He said, I'd rather see a Morrowind remake.
I think that'd be, yeah. That's potentially, I suppose, more complicated than doing...
Probably. There's probably a reason they went with Oblivion instead of Morrowind, right?
Yeah, I imagine.
And Donataku says Oblivion Remastered is still running on Game Bro as far as the brains of the engine. UE5 is running on top of it. I read that. Cocktail the Gamer says I got the original with my PS3 but never finished it. So looking forward to playing this weekend, bringing me back to the good old days. Yeah, the good old days back in what 2006. The good old days of gaming, right?
I just finished high school then, I think.
Did you? Man,
I did, yeah, I think.
Man, you're young.
Not quite. I don't feel young.
No.
No.
Yeah, let's it's weird. Let's talk about the Switch. I don't really have much to say about the Switch, honestly. I know the Switch 2 pre-orders went live, what was it, yesterday? It's honestly a weird feeling. Cause you know I'll get on like social media and I'll once in a while and I'll look at stuff and about all the discourse surrounding the Switch regarding the pricing, right, of the $80 price for Mario Kart or the variable pricing of the games and whatever. Like you need to pay, the upgrade is $20 or whatever it is, and then some of them are just like keys. They're not at the game's not on the disc, and there's that whole stuff. And oh my god, like what's the actual price of the system going to be? And then they didn't raise the price of the system, but they raised the price of all the accessories. I guess they probably felt that was a better way to kind of soften the blow than raise the price of the console. And it's just funny because I'm usually always invested in these sort of things. Like if it was Xbox, I'd be like knee deep in all this stuff. Or even if it was PlayStation, I'd be interested in seeing, all the information regarding it. But with PlayStation or with Nintendo, I just like don't care. It's sort of refreshing in that way.
I think one of the things with like Xbox fans following PlayStation and vice versa is because I think PlayStation and Xbox react to each other. So like sometimes you can infer what the competition might do with your preferred system. So it's like if I'm a PlayStation fan, I want to know what Xbox is doing because PlayStation might co-opt it. But Nintendo always marches to the beat of their own drum. So it's not necessarily like you can infer anything about what Xbox is going to do or PlayStation going to do from what Switch is going to do. So I'm kind of in the same boat. Although, Rand, having said that, I do think that might change when PlayStation and Xbox get into the handheld space. And they're very, very, you know, strong rumors that PlayStation is making a handheld as well. And you'd have to sort of believe that based on the comments the PlayStation dudes have made, by dudes, I mean executives, where they were like, oh, the cloud streaming device they made, was it the Portal? PlayStation Portal?
Yeah.
What was it called? PlayStation Portal.
The Portal.
That did better than I expected. So, and all those chips are now getting to a point where it's like they're totally viable as options for a handheld. But I think a lot of the story about handhelds is sort of, I don't know what the word is here. It's kind of on hold at the minute because we've got all these tariff things popping off at the moment. And obviously the tariffs, and the sort of geopolitics and all that kind of stuff, that's going to have an impact on Nintendo. It's going to have an impact on Xbox and PlayStation, and potentially the viability of these devices. Like, for example, Rand, I was writing an article earlier, and I need to confirm this, but it looks like Lenovo has added like hundreds of dollars to the base price of the Lenovo Legion Go S. And that, Lenovo being a Chinese company, that has to be a direct effect of the tariffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which are in effect now. So how's all this stuff going to go? It's interesting. I think a lot of people might even be, if the next gen console, if there's still tariffs, in the triple digits next gen, I think a lot of people are going to stick on the consoles they own today, I think. Because I can't see I can't see these consoles being manufactured in the United States in the near term.
No, I don't think that was ever going to happen.
I think it could. With like the right education program, to get the expertise necessary to produce that kind of stuff. But this is like it would take 10 years to get the infrastructure in place to just make the chips, and that's what the Chips Act was all about. It's a complicated fucking thing. So, maybe in a million years make a difference, but not in the near term. I think by then everyone will have given up on this stuff, maybe.
Mm. But it's funny because like the last two systems that I bought, the Series X and S and the PS5, it was a struggle to get the Series X and S. I remember like having 4 websites open and refreshing that stuff, and then I think I eventually finally got one. And it was just like, oh my god! Like I remember sitting there like sweat, like the gif of Jordan Peele from his show, where it's just like sweat just pouring down his face and everything. It was just like, oh my god, am I gonna get one? Which is odd because my experience was a little different for the PS5. I remember just being on Twitter and Wario tweeting PS5 digital available on Amazon. I hit that button so fast and got it. I didn't even have, there was no. It was like, oh, I got, okay, that's cool. I didn't even have to think. So, everybody's preparing yesterday for the Switch 2 pre-orders, and it just felt nice, but also at the same time weird that I wasn't going to be a part of it. And I was just like, I don't have to worry about any of this stuff. I don't have to worry about any of these websites crashing or any of the scenarios of, it's in my cart, and I go to check out, but it removed from my cart. I see a lot of people, posting about. I'm just like, I'm free from that because, I honestly, there was a moment with the PS5 Pro when it was like there was a minute there of like FOMO of like, maybe I should get this because I mean, I don't play a lot of games on PlayStation, but I play like a few every year depending on whatever.
Dude,
what?
I've got a confession.
What?
I've got one pre-ordered.
A Nintendo Switch 2?
Yeah, I got it pre-ordered, bro.
For your girlfriend?
Nope.
For you?
Nope. Nah, it's for a friend.
Oh.
but this is the thing, right? You're talking about how people have been freaking out about whether or not they'll be able to get a pre-order. A good friend of mine who's like, you know, she lives in Florida, or is it Louisiana? I can't remember. But no, I think it's Florida. But will eventually live in Louisiana. But she was like so freaking out about getting whether or not she could drop a pre-order on this because of the tariffs and all that kind of stuff. She was like, "Could you pre-order this and ship it to me?" Because obviously it's been quite easy to land a pre-order in the UK. So, you know, the Nintendo fans are real, man. They, you know, Donataku and all those peeps, you know, they love their Marios and their Donkey Kongs and, you know, and all the rest of it.
People talk about how, like, you know, certain franchises are milked or whatever, but never talk about Mario or any of the Nintendo franchises or Mario Kart. They just love them so much. Other franchises are milked, but never their franchises.
No.
You know?
No. Well, that's always the way, isn't it? I mean,
that's true.
I'm a Warcraft player, for God's sake. I don't think there's any game in history that's been as milked technically as much as Warcraft. 20 years of non-stop content updates. But yeah, I don't know. People are gonna play what they're gonna play. Yeah. I think there's nothing wrong with any of it as long as you're not a dick about it. Unfortunately, many of you are a dick about it, so you are banned from the internet henceforth.
Yeah. I think Phil Spencer even said in his recent interview that he's a big fan of what Nintendo does, and they're gonna support the Nintendo Switch a lot. And there is a rumor that there's like 12 games in development for the Switch 2 from Xbox or whatever. Which, yeah, you know, Diablo 4, I would imagine Sea of Thieves. Although I sort of wonder, I think we've had that discussion before. Like, it's kind of odd that Microsoft and Xbox didn't have anything at the Switch 2 reveal. And as of right now, it doesn't look like they'll have anything there for launch. I guess maybe that could change. And then you have to like question like, why?
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because you want to think like, oh, maybe they think it's bad optics, but they've just done an exclusive Doom trailer.
Well, I don't know if it's exclusive. I didn't see the Xbox version, but it was the trailer where it was a 5-minute Doom trailer where like the guy's like, "Hey, PlayStation guys," and it was like, so clearly that version's not going to be okay.
I got a press release, and the press release's subject matter was a Doom presented by PlayStation. That's what it says in the
because I wanted to talk about Doom because, you know, they released a new trailer. Like, you know, we always talk about Xbox marketing, but Doom marketing was all over WrestleMania, right? You know, Drew McIntyre and dressed up as Doomslayer, and it was sponsored one of the matches, and they ran a new trailer during the show, and then they had a new trailer on YouTube afterwards, and the game looks so freaking good. But not only that, but it's good. Like there's a Doomslayer controller that Xbox is putting out, a Doomslayer Elite controller that they're putting out.
I've got it, Rand.
You do have it, yeah. And the Doom, a Doom console wrap, you know?
Yeah.
Which it's like they're doing more for I don't know, I was just comparing what they did for Doom versus what they did for Starfield. And I was like, Starfield, they did the wrap and they did a controller and they did the headset. And then Doom, they did 2 controllers and a wrap. And I was just like, are they doing more for Doom than they did for Starfield? You know, I would imagine the WrestleMania marketing
Starfield had headphones too.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Oh, you just mean in terms of ads and stuff?
In terms of like marketing push, like I would imagine a WrestleMania 41 marketing ad is probably expensive.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just like, okay, well, they are really pushing Doom hard, and the new trailer that they showed is amazing. So, but what's this new? So there's a new exclusive trailer for PlayStation.
It's not exclusive. Well, I mean, it's just like presented by PlayStation.
Which means it would be exclusive. Doom presented. So it's like PlayStation now have the marketing rights to Doom. The PlayStation.
I almost wonder I almost wonder if Microsoft wants to make sure that people don't think it's exclusive or something. I mean, but would people really think that? Doom has always been on PlayStation. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe Bethesda just wants to be like, yeah, look, we're independent of Microsoft. I don't know. Maybe there's a power struggle, like the rumored power struggle between The Rock and Triple H, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just talking smack now, but I don't know, dude. It's not a really big deal in the end of the day.
No.
But I'll tell you one thing I've heard, and which is something that I think Xbox fans have criticized Microsoft for. Apparently there is a plan to start putting Xbox logos in games that are launching on other platforms,
which is something they should have been doing. But yeah, it's
yeah, they should have done it already. But this is something that I think it's just a matter of integrations, and getting all the ducks lined up in a row and all that kind of stuff. But it does sound like eventually, when you launch Call of Duty on your PlayStation, it's gonna have big fat Xbox logo on it when the game launches. I don't know when that's coming in, but that's something that apparently is going to happen. But we'll see. So, would that be good enough visibility?
I mean, better than not having the Xbox logo.
What if they put a Game Pass logo on it? What if they just put a message on there? It's like, you know what? You can get this cheaper if you get an Xbox, bro.
Yeah, right.
And they actually just write "bruh" at the end.
So, let's talk about Expedition 33.
Oh,
because
going there.
Yeah, I want to talk about Expedition 33 because this was a game that Xbox has kind of made its first debut at the showcase last year. It took everybody by surprise. People were like, "Oh my god, look at this incredible trailer with this like." I maybe hesitate to use the revolutionary turn-based combat, but definitely a more cinematic flair to that sort of stuff. Finally came out, emerging from the depths, having to fight off of the Oblivion Remaster, and it's done really well. 500,000 copies sold already, and the reviews are spectacular. I think it's like a 92 or 93. But I've played like 3 hours so far. I only got to play it for 3 hours yesterday because that's when it came out. But I am very much enjoying what I played. Very much. Like, I even thought about capturing the footage, but like the first hour was pretty much the prologue, which had a lot of talking and not a lot of combat and stuff. So and also a lot of like story stuff, which you should kind of, it sets up the whole thing. Very, very moving, very touching prologue, setting up the story about how there's this world that's kind of like this island that's cut off, and there's this entity called the Paintress, and every year she writes this number and it gets lower and lower, and anybody of that age, it gets basically extinguished, dies, Thanos snapped. Yeah. And then you go on this expedition with a bunch of other people to basically try to, save the world. And that happens, and you get into the fights. Man, I used to like really love JRPGs and the turn-based stuff back during like the PS1, PS2 days. Really up until maybe like Final Fantasy 13. And I don't know if I just sort of grew out of it, or I just didn't care for it anymore. But I'm back in my turn-based bag because I played Metaphor ReFantasia this year in January, and I really liked it. And I will say though, like, obviously it's tough to compare a 100-hour experience to something I played for 3 hours, but as of now, I'm liking the world, the characters, and the combat a lot more in Expedition 33 than I did in Metaphor. And I like Metaphor. Like the combat in Metaphor, or the combat in Expedition 33 is so engaging, and it's
so satisfying.
It's so satisfying and so cinematic in the sense of like the different camera shifts when you choose different options, how you can set up your character with different Lumia points where you get these like abilities you can slot into your character that will like, maybe go 25% chance for critical or 50% chance for extra melee damage. And if you have those equipped and you win 4 battles with them, you like permanently have it, but then to activate it you got to have points. So like you can build like each character can sort of build their own sort of like very diverse like whole like setup with all the different abilities. And not only that, but it keeps you on your toes because when the enemy's attacked, there's the ability to either dodge the attacks or to parry them. And you know how much I love a parry system, Jez. I've talked about this at length, how much I enjoy this parry system. And this parry system is
like me
great.
In a cooking system.
This parry system is fantastic because it's sort of hard to do. It's like truly you need to hit that button, like you need to be so frame perfect with it so it feels fantastic every single time you get the parry off and then you counterattack, or you have to parry because sometimes they'll attack more times than one. I mean, dodging is easier because there's a bigger window there, but man, right now, like I sort of enjoy everything the game has going for it. Like obviously the story really hasn't truly started yet outside of the prologue, which was a lengthy story stuff, which was pretty damn good. And I still just have 2 characters right now, but I love how like they interact with each other and how their abilities can sort of play off of each other, and like the art design of the enemies, but then the art design of the world itself as you're walking. Bro, like this game is something else, Jez. What do you think?
Dude, I'm a bit further in than you. I think I've got like 5 or 6 hours now. So I've got like I got more characters and things like that, and I'm a bit further in. So I won't spoil the story, like what I'm seeing, in terms of plot development. But I will say, like the story, the intro is a little bit of a slog because they have to set up what is quite a unique world. I mean, it appears to be Earth, like it's set in Paris, kind of, but it's like you said, the paintress has sort of coalesced the world into this sort of nightmare state, and you are in a sort of small community that survives in the ruins of what appears to be Paris, because the Eiffel Tower is there but destroyed and stuff like that, and the Arc de Triomphe and stuff like that. And like you said, like they're in this horrible situation where whenever this paintress appears, they have to sort of make an expedition across the sea to try and take her out. Like she's on this huge sort of witch-like kind of creature that inhabits this weird island and paints people out of existence. So the premise sounds crazy, but like the dialogue is so well written that it's like believable that they're really in this situation. Like I think like a lot of games where they're like, okay, we'll have a fantastical setting, the dialogue often doesn't match the quality of the premise. But here it's like this the character performances are believable. But like going into the combat, which I really think is the bread and butter here.
Yes.
They've identified how to make a turn-based JRPG more engaging. And I think it's so obvious when you think about it, because one of the things that you always do in a JRPG is repetition. Like when you're in an area, you tend to fight like the same sort of group of monsters that fit the area, right? So how do you make that interesting? Fight over fight over fight, when maybe you've got to fight maybe, I don't know, 10 different groups with similar monsters in when you're in an area. The parry system is so rewarding because you have to learn the monster's attacks to parry them properly, you know? So it's like that, those sort of like in modern JRPGs, especially like the remakes and stuff, they added like a fast forward button because they know watching the same attacks over and over again is kind of boring. So like when I was going through the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, for example, there's like a speed up mode, so you can speed up the game to get past the boring watching the thousandth time you're watching this enemy doing its combat attack. But with this, it's like you can either choose to parry, but you can also choose to dodge. Now the dodge has like more iframes than the parry, but there'll be certain lumina you can equip where it's like, okay, if you do land the parry, then you get like 2 more action points. Or if you do land the dodge, then you get like 2 more action points and stuff like that. And you can set up like entire builds. Like you'll see this round as the further you get in. There are so many different types of lumina that interact and intersect and play off each other. You can create these insane setups and these insane combos where it's like, you know, if I do this, then I'll get these action points, and I can use this ability, which will, you know, play off this party member's abilities, and then I'll be able to like build up to this insane combo. Because a lot of the higher level abilities, they require you to have like maybe 8 action points.
8 action points.
And then you get like this insane attack, which does like a shitload of damage, and it looks spectacular too. So it always tends to feed off coming all the way back down to having the parry and dodge system. Oh, and also, Ran, jumping. You can jump in the turn-based battles, and some of the attacks, you have to jump over them, like, you know, an Elden Ring or something like that. So I think, and because you are sort of repeating the same monsters over and over again, it does eventually become muscle memory. And it's always satisfying to perform those parries because like I said, the parry isn't just blocking the attack. Now the parry like triggers a fire debuff, or the if you parry properly, you get like an attack buff or a speed buff or something like that. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
And I've got an article rattling around in my head, which is going to be titled something to the effect of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 remembers the magic that Final Fantasy forgot. Because it's almost like Square Enix just sort of ran out of ideas. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we've got to make this real time now because turn-based can't get any more interesting than this. This fucking proves, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there is still innovation to be made in this genre. So yeah, Donataku says, yeah, okay, Super Mario RPG did some of this stuff first. Yeah. My brother told me about this. My brother is a Super Mario RPG stan and all this kind of stuff. Sure. But Donataku, Super Mario RPG is 1,000,000 years old, and it's 2D, and it's lame. And also, who cares about Mario? But this is like a mature story with hyper violence and depression porn from the intro, which makes it way more better than Mario by default. So yeah, Claire Obscure is fantastic. Go and play it right now, and buy the game too, and tell them Jez Corden sent you.
Yes, and
Rand, I suppose.
I said there are some quality of life things I wish they had included. Like there's something from Metaphor where when the text was done, it would automatically go to the next set of text, so you wouldn't have to press a button. And there is, you know, when characters are talking to one another, you do have to press the next button. I sort of wish that was just automated. Where it would just
I think there are some like menu options that could add to
I looked for options being like, oh, is there a way, because I really enjoyed that in Metaphor where it was just like story being told. I don't have to constantly babysit my controller and press A. And so like in this one, it does have like, you know, you have your cutscenes, which are, you know, they're in the smaller format. Like the game, you know, the game's full screen when you're in it, and you'll have the conversations where it's like the one camera shot for one character, the opposite shot for the other, and they'll say something. You got to press A to, to get to the next dialogue, and then you'll have the dialogue that's in like the cutscenes, which you don't have to. It's just kind of like played out. I just sort of wish they included that for the regular dialogue, where it just completes as soon as it's over, you know.
I like having the pause because, you know, it's nice to be able to read messages from work in the middle of
Sure.
the game. But the option would be great. And I think like if I wanted to say something negative about it is like the quality mode, the frames are really, really janky in quality mode. I do think like some optimization on the quality mode would be welcomed. So I'm playing on performance mode because I think it's not smooth in quality mode. As much as I want to play it,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
if
and
you're
make
gonna
it look as
you're
crisp as
gonna try to
possible.
parry and dodge those bosses, you better be in performance mode.
Yeah, that too, right?
So
So like it's hard. It's going to be especially harder to parry like some of those fast combo moves, almost Sekiro style. You know, like parry, 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 parry,
well,
parry,
yeah,
parry.
because
You know.
like I said, my last RPG was Metaphor, and a lot of those fights sometimes you would kill everybody before the enemies would even get an attack. So
Mm.
sure, like the boss fights were really engaging because you had to figure out what maybe they were weak against and what characters to bring in and what you know what like do I want to be the prince this thing, or do I want to be the merchant, or the different things that you can use in that game. Where this one, like each fight's engaging because I know I got to be on my toes, and because parrying and dodging are such like you have to pay attention to that. So it's like you get to a new enemy and you're like, it sort of almost like Souls like in a way, where you come to a new enemy and you got to feel him out a little bit at first,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah. And also like when
you
you
don't know his
rest.
attacks patterns. So you're like,
Yeah,
okay, I should probably dodge some of these attacks first because I don't know how many times they're going to attack in a chain, and I don't know when
yeah,
it's actually going to, because they'll do wind up moves, right? Well, they'll like wind up and then sit there and they're like, okay, it's coming, right? And the parry window's so short on normal
yeah,
difficulty where it's almost like, oh, I need to dodge first, but it makes like every fight engaging because
yeah.
you need to pay attention to parry and dodge so you don't lose health, but also like the way your abilities can kind of you build off like other characters' abilities. It's just like right now, bro. Like this game is just I don't know. It's almost like reigniting my like old love for turn based. And now imagining a future where they do this for Final Fantasy 17, where
Well,
they
that's the thing. It's like here's one of the things I was thinking. What if they, and this would never happen, but what if they released like a version of Final Fantasy 16 that had this fucking combat? It would be
yeah
1,000 times better, 1,000,000 times better, you know? Or even Final Fantasy, go back to 15 and redo that. Because active combat in those games ain't it. Final Fantasy 16 has some of the worst combat I've ever experienced in a game. It's so bland, it's so boring, it's completely unengaging. And this is just, it's such a breath of fresh air, man. It's so damn good, man. It's so, so good. So I'm hoping this is a wake-up call for Square Enix, and it's like I was already on a JRPG kick because, I've been playing the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, I've been playing Final Fantasy 7. Obviously, I reviewed Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth on PC and all that kind of stuff, but this is just, it's so nostalgic, for a variety of reasons. And yeah, there's some clear Dark Souls inspiration. You'll see that especially when you get to the main continent, and there's clearly some you know um inspiration from other modern RPGs, but it's that those kind of traditions of a true fantastical, whimsical just situation that can be dark and quite light-hearted at times as well. It's just fantastic. I'm so happy with this team. Um, Colin Prime says, "I guess I'm boring because I like the Final Fantasy 16 combat." I'm not denigrating anyone who enjoyed Final Fantasy 16's combat, but I just wish it was. I wish that the game had a hard mode without having to complete it first. I hate that, man. I hate that Square Enix does that, where it's like, okay, you want the hard mode, you've got to unlock it first. Like, bro, just let me do the hard. Fuck it. Well, actually, no. I'm not going to say I'll pay a microtransaction for it,
Mm.
but I don't want to put that energy into the universe. But seriously, don't lock the hard mode behind a completion because I don't have time to play it twice. You know,
You barely have time to play it once.
I barely have time to play it once. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Donataku in the super chat being like, oh, crazy watching a bunch of Nintendo haters glaze a turn-based battle system that Nintendo created and has been using since Super Mario RPG on SNES.
When's the last time there was a Super Mario RPG?
I know.
There'll probably be one now, though, than watching this. I know Super Mario RPG was a really cool game, to be fair, but I don't think they even make it anymore.
I think, didn't they just remaster Super Mario RPG? Because it wasn't.
I don't know, maybe.
Isn't that what they do with the Switch? Is they take all the games that nobody bought on the Wii U because nobody bought the Wii U, and then remastered them, and then they actually sold well on the Switch? Isn't that what they did?
I don't know.
I could have sworn they remastered a couple of Paper Mario games, or maybe Paper Mario's completely different. How many Mario type of games are there? Because he's talking about what is he talking about? Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario, Super Paper, like I don't know.
I don't know, man. I think
he's almost like how dare you like this? Nintendo did it first, crying about it. You know what I mean? What is this, like South Park?
Yeah.
Simpsons did it. Right?
Yeah. Simpsons did it.
Yeah. And, also the idea of the game being, like, only 30 hours instead of, like, some crazy 90-hour, 100-hour experience like some of those other... Like, that's also really appealing. It's like, okay, 30 hours is pretty doable. And I'm kind of like really looking forward to seeing how this whole thing plays out and building the characters. So I know you get more characters. I have 2 right now. And it's always kind of not like a problem, but it's like you have all these characters and sometimes you can't use them. And you're like, oh man, this character, but I want to see their attacks. Cause like, oh man, like all the attacks you use, like not all of them, but some of them have the, you got to press A at the right time and it does more damage or whatever. So it like keeps you.
That's from Legend of Dragoon. Did you ever play that?
I did play Legend of Dragoon, yeah.
That was a cool game. I still own my copy of that on PS1.
So Expedition 33. I guess we want to talk about Bungie and Marathon.
No,
because that's kind of a big thing. You don't want to talk. You don't want to talk about Bungie and Marathon.
I mean, you can. I haven't really looked into it that much because I swear I was watching a trailer yesterday. I can't remember what the game was called. I think it's called Hunger or something, or just Hungry or something like that. And it's this really cool horror shooter trailer, and it was like, wow, this looks really, really good, And it was like, medieval kind of setting, or like French Revolution setting, Napoleonic, I think was the setting. So there's like muskets and axes and shit like that, and there's all these weird, crazy monsters walking around. I'm thinking, shit, this looks amazing. And then it comes up with PvP extraction shooter. I'm like, you had to fucking ruin it, didn't you? There's 2 ways to make me instantly bored, and that's either battle royale or extraction shooter. It's just not for me, man. So Marathon's just not on my radar whatsoever, personally speaking. Analytically speaking, I'm still intrigued about the initial backlash to the game, but I think it's clearly going to find its audience. But do you have any new thoughts about it, Randall 4?
I like the art design of the game, but extraction shooters, I just struggle to find a reason to care. And I'm not surprised that, some of the responses to it have been underwhelming, but then other people who we get to play it be like, oh, this actually could be cool. I don't know. It's like every single release, Bungie just drops down for me. Like there was a time where Bungie was my favorite developer. With Halo 2, with Halo 3, with ODST, with Reach, and then I remember eagerly anticipating Destiny. and just being like, oh my god, like this is what they're built. This is going to be so amazing. And I was, even though I did play Destiny a lot because I was in my bag of like, if I play a game, I need to get all the achievements in it, and there were some pretty tough achievements, like doing a raid without dying that required a lot of time, and you had to play the game a lot to get better gear, to reach certain light levels and stuff. So I did put a lot of time in Destiny 1. Didn't put a lot of time in Destiny 2. But it's like, okay, well, Marathon, maybe the single player would be cool to play, but then it was like, oh no, Marathon's just a multiplayer only, a PvPvE thing. And I'm just like watching it, and I'm just like, it doesn't, none of it looks compelling to me whatsoever. But then again, I'm also not somebody who's, I don't know, like I find it difficult for me to get excited about any multiplayer games at this point in time. So maybe I'm
cooked.
Yeah, maybe I'm just aged out, where I'm just like, I just don't care about multiplayer games, and which is
dude. I'm really hyped about a multiplayer game right now.
Which one's that?
It's the one whose footage is on the screen right now.
Oh, Overwatch? Yeah, but you've been playing Overwatch forever.
No, but Overwatch, dude, it's a new mode.
It's getting smoked by Marvel Rivals, bro. You see they're bringing swimsuits to Marvel Rivals, bro. Overwatch dead.
Overwatch has got hot skins too. We got magical girls now, Japanese magical girls. But didn't you see that Overwatch got a new mode, bro?
No, I didn't.
Stadium mode.
What's that? What's stadium mode?
So stadium mode, which is what you're seeing now, is third person, so you can see your skins, you know, which is what everyone wants to be able to see.
Only took them 9 years, okay.
And it's round-based, competitive, so 7 rounds, best of 7. And every round you get crazy new powers, ranking up. You can, put all new meta, new powers and abilities for all the heroes. New skins. No, round. Round.
I mean, yeah.
What do you think, bro?
Who cares? Sounds lame.
You're lame. You're lame, bro.
Is anybody even playing Overwatch anymore? I thought everybody left to go play Marvel Rivals.
I don't know, man. It still seems pretty popular to me, bro. But yeah, like Miles Dompier in chat says, Overwatch 2 has Smite now as a MOBA sicko. Stadium is a lot of fun. Yeah, I love Stadium mode. I really love it.
The Miles Dump himself is here. The Dump.
You know what we should do? We should get Miles on XB2 Ultimate again soon.
He can't talk about stuff though. He's not the Miles of old,
He can talk about stuff. He can, bro. He can definitely talk about stuff, bro.
I don't know.
I think
there's obviously a contingent when it comes to Marathon of like, oh, it's going to be the next Concord, which I don't think so, or it'll be the next big thing in gaming, which I don't think so. I think it'll probably comfortably live somewhere in the middle. Like, I think it'll probably be fine and do fine, but I don't think it's going to be the game that brings. It's not going to do what PUBG and Fortnite did, where it ushered in this new era of battle royales on console to become like, and to think now, like, battle royale is still the biggest thing in multiplayer gaming. Is just that nobody else is even trying anymore because companies did try and they gave up. So it's like, is Marathon, because there's like, Tarkov and all those other extraction shooters that are big on PC that haven't come to console yet, and it's like, well, maybe this is the next big multiplayer boom, is this genre. But from what I've seen in Marathon, maybe it
looks kind of, from what I've seen, it just doesn't look that interesting to me. It looks kind of flat. It's just definitely not for me. And I kind of increasingly just think, like, why aren't you doubling down on Destiny? Destiny's the thing that everyone wants to play. Maybe it needs a new business model. Maybe it needs new investment. Maybe it needs, I don't know, some major changes. But I think Destiny's the thing that has the real potential here. There's nothing else really like it in the industry. you know, and I don't know. I don't know what I'd do if I was in a Bungie situation right now. But
yeah, I mean, people say like, hey,
some people think Bungie's not long for this world.
The Steam number concurrent isn't great, but it's also a closed alpha, which I know a lot of people got denied for. So I wouldn't really judge that yet. You know, it is a game that's going to be paid, right? It's not a free to play game, which I do think hurts it. But then you look at Helldivers 2 and how incredibly well that game sold, and you're like, well, okay, it worked for Helldivers 2. Could it work for Bungie's Marathon? It's like maybe. I don't know. I just personally, I just remember how excited I was for Destiny, and regardless of how I felt eventually of Destiny, like I was eagerly anticipating the game, couldn't wait to play it. You know, was like looking out for every single interview and morsel of information about the game and all that stuff. With Marathon, I'm like the complete opposite. Like I don't care. Like I had the opportunity to, you know, sign up for a code to play or whatever, and I was just like, I don't even care. You know? Yeah. Where it was like, oh, we'll play it and see if it changed your mind, but it's just like I don't even want to bother. I don't care. And so it's like for me, it's like, man, look how much Bungie's fallen in my eyes, where they were the what every dev I thought should aspire to be. You create these like great single player games, but also the creme de la creme of multiplayer. And now I don't even want to even play their next thing. So we'll see how Marathon does.
I just want to add to the chat for people who are trying to enter the giveaway on the Discord for the headset. You can't enter until you've been a member for a short while. So I think you have to like post around. I think you have to make 10 messages or something. Obviously, don't spam, but like just use the server a bit, and I think then you can enter. I'll double check exactly how much you have to use the server for, but just join in the chat, and you know, you've got until Wednesday next week to enter, so you should be able to enter soon. Existing members can enter straight away, but I think brand new members, there's like a cooldown period, so just be aware of that.
Yeah. There's kind of a big Xbox update that's recently happened. One, they announced earlier this week, cloud gaming's coming to a bunch of LG TVs. So more people with more TVs being able to access Xbox cloud gaming through their LGs. And they finally pushed the update to be able to buy games from the Xbox mobile app on Android and iOS.
Yep, I sure did.
So I'm confused by that. Because wasn't the whole point is that either iOS wasn't allowing them because that's also where you streamed your games, but now it's there.
Okay, so
do they have to give a percentage to
no
Apple and Google now?
The way it works, I think, is that it just gives you a link to the website.
Oh, okay. So you press buy for $59.99 and then it opens up a browser link?
Yes, I think that's how it works. I need to go and check, but I think they've got around it somehow because of a recent court ruling which gives them, you know, more right to, I think it was something like Apple can't punish people for telling users they can save money by, you know, linking out to the website and shit. Trap might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but it does seem like it's something like that. I haven't checked it out myself yet, but it's some fucking loophole, man. Always a loophole.
Yeah, let me see. Let's see if I click buy something. Okay, that's install. Where's the game here? This game I don't think I have. So let me see. Buy for $23.99. So if I click buy on here. No, it doesn't bring up. It doesn't bring up a mobile.
Does it not?
It doesn't bring up a like mobile. It doesn't bring up like a browser. It really just in the.
Oh, seriously?
Another thing for the another like screen for the app shows up, and it's like, yeah. So.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. I have no idea.
Unless this is like a browser page that is designed to look like the Xbox app itself. because it does bring you to another page, but the page looks just like the Xbox app. So
I'll check it out, but I mean, at least it's there and at least it works, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've tried. It's kind of bugged me that I've been unable to do that sometimes, but you've always been able to use the website online anyway, so.
Yeah, I just wonder how many people actually use that, and considering everyone's on their phone, how easier it would be to just buy the games from your phone.
Yeah, I get you.
You know, so
I just bought Claire Obscure Deluxe Edition for some extra skins.
Oh, they got some skins in that edition?
Yep. They got 6 extra transmog skins. So, cosmetic armor.
Who doesn't love cosmetic armor?
Rand, my cousin's got a message for you.
What?
She said, how dare you say Overwatch is boring? My Lucio gameplay on the stream is fire. So that's actually my cousin playing this footage that you see.
So that's why it was
mad at you now.
way better than Jez's gameplay. Because
Yeah.
I wondered why Jez wasn't playing as the dwarf that looks like him. Instead, we get someone who actually knows what they're doing.
Ah. Why does everyone got to bully me, man? You sound like her now.
That's
everyone just bullies me.
Bro. I mean, it's the truth.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer had an article, interview with Variety. It was the week we couldn't do the show. He basically said that there's more unannounced games coming this year, and they talked about how good a year it is. So, what do you think the unannounced games he's talking about, Jez? Do you think one of them's Gears related? Probably.
I have no idea, bro. No idea.
You're not even willing to take a guess of what it could be?
I mean, for the rest of the year? I mean, it could be anything, man. Could literally be anything.
Could it, though? An unannounced game that's not going to be, releasing? Could it be Double Fine's new game? Could that be something that they do minimal marketing for, where they just announce and release?
Maybe. Is that supposed to be like... Is that supposed to be a multiplayer game? God, what if it's an extraction shooter?
All the rumors suggest it's multiplayer oriented, yeah. Kiln.
What if it's a cartoony extraction shooter set in the Psychonauts universe?
I mean, you know what I want from Double Fine? And I know if we do get it, it won't be for a long time, but I really could go for Psychonauts 3.
Yeah.
Psychonauts 2 was so fucking good.
But Rand, you said before that nobody wants 3D platform shooters, bro. 3D platformers.
Did I?
Yeah.
Did I say
about
those
Banjo
things?
though?
I mean, that's Banjo.
Yeah,
Nobody really wants Banjo. People like Raz and Double and Psychonauts.
Do you seriously think that Banjo is going to sell worse than Psychonauts?
100%.
Really?
100%. Who's got
but
any?
Banjo's in Smash.
Yeah, Smash from 8 years ago.
Was it really 8 years ago?
I mean, however long it's been. So what? He was in Smash in 2018. Whoop-de-doo-dah. It's at the year 2025 right now. Banjo. I don't even know why we're talking about it. I mean, yeah, Toys for Bob people said they want to make a Banjo. Maybe they will in the future, but whatever.
We haven't talked about Scatterbound yet.
Nope. Nope.
What if Virtuous could make Scalebound?
But there's not a game to remaster for Virtuous to remaster. Like, they never finished the game.
I could remaster the prototype.
So, like, here's the few levels we got, guys. Build out the rest. We got one level finished. Remaster this thing. And somehow I doubt that very much.
I think you're selling Virtuous short, man. I think that could make Scalebound.
Yeah, well,
they could make Scalebound.
You could make Scalebound.
Simultaneously dev them both.
Somebody in chat could probably make a Scalebound, and actually would release. Unlike Scalebound from Platinum Games and Kamiya.
Damn.
Speaking of like the game stuff. I ended up watching the Devil May Cry TV show anime on Netflix.
Was it good?
Yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. I'm not like a big stickler for like the lore, you know.
The lore.
Because I have seen a lot of people being like, "What they do, the lore," and all that stuff. Or I thought it was a really fun show. I mean, I did notice right away that I was like, "Oh, Lady's almost a completely different character than how she is in the games." And Dante definitely seems more like his Devil May Cry 3 self than like the other versions of Dante. But man, I blazed through those. I blazed through those episodes in like 2 days. It was like I watched 4 one day and I watched 4 the next day because they're like 30 minutes an episode, and I was entertained. Maybe because I don't really. I mean, I like Devil May Cry, but I like watching it. I'm not sitting there being like, fucking do this. How they could change this shit. What did they do this here? They changed that character's motivation. What's going on here? I was just along for the ride, and I thought it was enjoyable.
That's lovely.
I guess that's what it's like when you don't like. I like
don't
it,
care that much.
But I'm not like with Wheel of Time. I'm sitting there watching these episodes, and I'm like, okay, they fucking just changed this. Now, how does this affect the story, and how are they gonna get around it? And oh, what the fuck are they doing? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting there knowing everything, and I'm like that person being like, they gave Perrin a wife in the beginning of the show. Why would they give Perrin a wife? And then why would they have Perrin kill her off in the first episode, the Fridger? It doesn't make any sense. Why are they doing these things? Why do they do this and why do they do this? It's like, it's all written there for you. Like, why are you changing some, so like, I know how, like, people can get when things get changed around because I'm like literally in the Wheel of Time stuff. And I'm just like watching the shows. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why'd you make this change? Like, there's a recent thing they did with Matt where, like, I don't even want to say, like, they took his memories, but in the deals before, you get these memories, and it's like, I'm just like kind of like thinking to myself, like, what is going on here? Like, how are you gonna get to this point with some of these changes you've done? Because Matt's supposed to be with Rand when he goes to the Aiel Waste, when he goes through the door to the Aelfin. He's not supposed to be with Elaine and Min in
Rand.
The Tenchico. And why is Min looking like she's gonna have a relationship with Matt when she's one of the girls with Rand? And
stop it, dude. Stop it. See, this is exactly the part of the show where having a camera would be useful, because the people would see me literally falling asleep.
Yeah, I mean,
Wheel of Time is just a poor man's Lord of the Rings, man. Just face it, bro.
Then people would see my eyes. If the camera, they'd see my eyes start to twitch.
But it is. It's
and this murderous look, this murderous look would come over my face.
It's like Lord of the Rings mixed with Game of Thrones. Nobody cares.
Stop it with that.
With a bit of Dune thrown in, I think.
But yeah, and this other
I don't know anything about it. To be honest.
Phil Spencer,
and frankly, it's amazing that I don't know anything about it, because you talk about it so often.
I don't talk about it that much.
Literally switches off when you do.
I don't talk about it that much. You don't know anything about it.
You could pattern that as an alternative anesthetic.
Mm-hmm. Are you done?
Okay, I'm done.
Are you done? You know what the original...
I'm done.
You know what the original sleeping pill for the show has been and always will be? Is anytime you fucking talk about World of fucking Warcraft. Like, literally, nobody listening to the show plays or cares about WoW. Like,
dude, I get so many messages from the...
sometimes I think... when I think about, like, what is the most overrated game of all time? Like, if you were to sit down and then be like, hey, you know what? Give me a presentation about what is the most overrated game of all time. You have probably some people talk about, would mention Halo is the most overrated game of all time, right? Because it has to be a game that's highly rated. It couldn't be something like in the 80s or 70s. So it's got to be something up there. Like, somebody would say Grand Theft Auto 5 is the most overrated game of all time. So, if I were to say this, I'd probably say something like Last of Us. Or maybe Last of Us 2 were the most probably Last of Us. Because even though it's great, the amount of like the amount that game gets sucked off by people, it's just like that game is clearly the most overrated game of all time. But you know what? I've changed my stance now. Because you know what the most overrated game of all time is? World of Warcraft. Literally is the most overrated game in the history of video games. Because their fans think that World of Warcraft is this crowning achievement and no game has ever done anything, and it's got all these stories and all these characters, but guess what?
Warcraft...
It's overrated,
literally
bro.
Invented the fact.
It's basically Lord of the Rings with dragons or whatever the fuck.
Dude, Warcraft literally invented the fantasy genre.
Yeah.
So without World of Warcraft, there would be no Wheel of
How many people in chat agree with me that World of Warcraft is the most overrated game of all time?
That nobody agrees, bro.
Everybody. I mean, the whole chat's just basically saying, "You're so right, Rand. How could we not have seen this? World of Warcraft is so overrated."
No, they're all with me. They're all like, oh, thank God for World of Warcraft. It invented fantasy genre. It's the first fantasy video game ever made. Warcraft 1, of course. And Wheel of Time wouldn't exist without it.
When did World of Warcraft come out? What year?
I don't know, like 94, the first one?
Okay,
something like
Wheel
that?
of Time existed before that, buddy.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
I don't think so, bro.
It absolutely did. Wheel of Time started in like late 1980s, early 1990s. By the time I started reading the series in like 97, I think like 6 books were out by then.
Okay, let's agree to disagree.
No, there's no agreeing to disagreeing. World of Warcraft is the most overrated game ever made by human beings.
No, let's just agree to disagree, bro.
And you know what? Blizzard is probably the most overrated developer of all time.
What?
Yeah. I mean, think about it. You have World of Warcraft, the most overrated game ever, but then you have Diablo, which is probably, seriously, probably number 2 for the most overrated game of all time. And then you have like Overwatch, which is probably the most overrated shooter of all time.
You are just the king of fake news.
The most overrated card game of all time is probably Hearthstone. Most overrated MOBA of all time is probably Heroes of the Storm, if that's even a MOBA, because I don't even know what Heroes of the Storm is.
It's a MOBA.
Okay. They literally create the most overrated stuff ever. StarCraft is the most overrated RTS ever. Bro, how could we not have seen this, bro?
I think you are fake news, bro.
Yeah.
Like Matt in chat says, was Wheel of Time created enough to come up with a $90 cosmetic mount? I don't think so. Look at the innovation from WoW.
Not only is it overrated, it's overpriced.
And they were like, you know what? We can go one better than that.
Not only that, but they're also just fleecing their customers. Seriously.
Because they need that money, bro.
Yeah.
Blizzard's a small indie company.
For their new yacht, their other like 100-foot yacht or whatever.
Look, bro, developing games in California is very expensive.
Yeah.
So those $90 store mounts are absolutely necessary.
Well, hey, are you playing Diablo 4 at all? Didn't they just announce some new season stuff or some new stream?
Yeah.
Is that going to get you back into Diablo? Are you going to get back into Diablo 4 again?
I am, yeah.
Are you sure? Because every time you talk about it, you're like, oh, Diablo. Oh.
No, we're fully back into Diablo for the next season.
Sure.
Well, the World of Warcraft season just ended, so it's like I got nothing to do.
Okay.
So yeah, I could play it. Hopefully, I finish Expedition 33 before then, though, because otherwise,
is this going to be a race? Am I going to finish Expedition 33 before you?
Well, some of us have to make a living, bro.
I make a living, bro.
Yeah, by trolling me about Warcraft. That's how you make a living. Being mean and slanderous to the greatest game in history of all histories. World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is a feeling.
You know,
who needs a social life?
One of the things that also came out of Phil Spencer's interview, which I was kind of surprised because Phil's been saying this for a while now, is that Game Pass isn't for everybody. But like people talk about this as like a huge like, what do you mean? I know, because everybody's like, Microsoft just wants everybody in subscription service, so now that feels just like, you know, he says it's not for everybody. If you play 1 or 2 games a year, Game Pass probably isn't the right business model for you. You should just buy those 2 games, and that would make total sense. But I want you to have the choice. So we remain focused on everything that's on Game Pass is also available to buy. I've always thought about Game Pass as just another option for somebody who wants to play. We have many business models for people playing from free to play, buying games, discounted games, and Game Pass is an option. So when I look at Game Pass, I want to make sure the hours that people are playing continue to go up, that new people see this as a way for them to find and build their library of games, and we remain focused on that. Game Pass has been an important part of that, but I don't try to solve for Game Pass specifically on its own. It's kind of part of the equation for Xbox finding new players. Which then
well, this is like
the Rebellion
it kind of dovetails. Sorry,
yeah, because Rebellion
I'll
CEO
let you finish.
Talked about Adamfall and basically praised Microsoft and said that Microsoft has been a fantastic partner to work with, and they've really leaned into helping us. They bought their skills and their scale to bear out on our small project, and it's done really, really well for them. So they got a good deal, and we got a good deal out of it as well. So yeah.
I mean, I do like Game Pass as an option, and you know, one of the commentaries I've seen from detractors this week who are like, you know, eternally can't ever give Microsoft flowers for anything. They always have to find the holes in everything, right? One of the common narratives is like, oh well, if Game Pass sucks, then it's a failure. Microsoft's stupid. But if Game Pass is successful, then Microsoft is destroying ownership of games, and they only want us to rent games, and they're trying to destroy gaming. So it's never like, it can never just be an option. It's either got to be great or it's got to be shit. You know, with a lot of these, you know, commentary kind of YouTubers and stuff like that, it can never just be like, oh, it's a good option for people who might find it valuable when you consider their personal gaming habits. You know, and obviously we got the LG TV expansion news, which is, you know, going to be a pretty big deal for anyone who's got an LG TV and doesn't want to swap to Samsung for that. I suppose the LG thing is really big because it lights up a lot of TV models, more so than the Samsung rollout. And, you know, last I heard, cloud was a double-digit growth vector for Microsoft, you know, because a lot of people don't want to buy a whole ass new console, but hey, maybe they'll play Vampire Survivors or something if it's just there on their TV, you know, for better or worse. So I think as we head deeper into the gen, we'll probably find out more about how Game Pass is actually performing, you know, over time. I do think, like, it's been a while since we've had an update on the
yeah, it was like
the numbers, right?
It was like 35 million. Wasn't it like 35 million? I forget how long ago that's been.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
No, it wasn't. Was it when I think it might have been when Activision closed. I think
yeah, like over a year ago.
So that'd been like end of 2023. Because people have asked me about the Ecstasis report he put out yesterday about how he said that Xbox Game Pass has been growing steadily since last year, and that he says Xbox's target for the end of 2025 is 50 million subs, and that they're getting closer, or, you know, not that it's like close to 50, but it's getting closer. I mean, hey, when you're putting out a month when you have stuff like Avowed and a Grand Theft Auto and a Blueprints and Oblivion Remaster and Expedition 33, and then you're going to follow that up in a couple weeks with a Towerborn and then like the big game like Doom. Yeah, you should grow some subs off that. Now, of course, Microsoft also seems to be not wanting to sell consoles very much. You know, so there's that aspect where it's like,
the argument about that is always idiosyncratic, because I don't think anyone would deny they want to expand cloud. Sure. And cloud is made of console.
For now, so, it is. For now, because next generation is not. Next generation cloud is going to be PC focused, PC based.
Well, sure, but so is next generation Xbox.
Sure.
but as of right now, it is that store system, right? For better or worse. So, but yeah, because one of the worries about Xbox's install base with regards to console sales, it was always like, oh god, if no one plays on Xbox, then developers will leave. But like, if cloud is growing, then clearly there are more people playing on Xbox because a lot of those cloud users are fully new users, and Microsoft
and they also would have to be all subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate as well.
Yeah, so they're like paying monthly and are potentially providing better margins than a console user, potentially. Especially when we start seeing more games, buy to own games and buy to own microtransactions lit up in that service. When you do start getting World of Warcraft in that service, and you do start getting some of the PC games in that service, which do have like a lot of microtransactions attached to them, and they are just on your TV, and you do have a Wi-Fi controller which eliminates the extra little bit of lag, all that kind of shit. I think it's a smart bet to make, but for us as console people, the install base that's being provided for by cloud is also ensuring that we hopefully will continue to get those games, because it'll be like, well, there are users there, they're on cloud, and when MPD released its figures, it's like, oh, Xbox only sold this many consoles this month, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Microsoft's kind of quietly changing the rules in the background. At the end of the day, the developers don't care about how many consoles Xbox sells. They care about how many units their games sell or how many gamers their games reach. And yeah, while there isn't a huge amount of games to buy in cloud right now, it's only going to expand, much like, we were talking about earlier when Microsoft started letting you buy digital games to own on 360 back in the day. I think it was like the initial batch was probably like 10 games or something. And now every game is digital. And like over the next 5 or 6 years, maybe eventually every game will buy to own on cloud out of the gate, It's only a matter of time. And I think in that universe, Xbox continues to have the most lucrative, high value platform of the big three, I think, But they're also the only ones who can do it because they've already got this cloud platform established and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes, man.
Well, so speaking of the 50 million, do you think they could hit it by the end of the year? Do you think they're close? I mean, because
I don't believe that report, first of all.
Well, I mean, I've seen their projections. Like, I saw some internal documents maybe like a year ago or whatever it was, but that were projected out to like 100, like to year 2032 or whatever it was, and their projections were quite optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, some of the projections leaked with the FTC documents, right?
Yeah. But 120 million or whatever it was, and some ridiculous number that I sit there and you look at it, I'm like, there's no way they're getting 120 million.
Well, maybe that's an extrapolation of them figuring out the scalability of cloud, because right now cloud's bottlenecked by a variety of factors. One of them being is server infrastructure is a bottleneck. So when it comes to which games you can actually buy to own in cloud, all that is about how much hard drive space they've got active in those server clusters. Because if they suddenly greenlit like, I don't know, 1,000 games, you suddenly have like, what's the one up from terabytes? You'd have like terabytes per second of people downloading game.
No,
the next one up. Yeah, terabytes. What's up from terabytes?
Quintillion bytes? Isn't it?
I don't fucking know. I feel like I should know this working in technology, but it's like it's a hell of a lot of bandwidth, But case in point, and also like server storage, right? So whenever you activate a game on xCloud, if the server doesn't have that game installed, it has to like quickly bring it across from the RAID array, right? Or the deep storage or whatever. But as that sort of storage allocation ramps up, presumably each cluster would have every single game just permanently installed all the time. But it's going to be like, building that infrastructure in a sort of economical, holistic kind of way, rather than just going all in, investing everything outright. it does feel like Microsoft's doing it in a steady, slowly kind of way, organic kind of way, rather than just dumping a ton of money into it. The money they've dumped into it was buying Activision Blizzard. And it feels like they're just sort of like reinvesting what they earn organically into gradually growing out that allocation, right? They could have greenlit LG TVs. Like, I heard they were doing that like 2 years ago. You know, they could have greenlit that ages ago, but really what that was about was like, do we really want to add all those extra fucking users? So Dark Fox says it's petabytes. That's what from terabytes. So yeah, it's just about scaling. So maybe that 50 million number, if it's true, I don't necessarily think it is, but if it is true, like that could easily be an extrapolation of like this is how users behave when we have 100 games to buy. So we can extrapolate that this is how users will behave when there is 1,000 games to buy or 2,000 games to buy. So maybe that's kind of like where that number comes from. You know, but maybe it's also like, maybe it is aggressively optimistic, you know. We won't know for sure until they actually give it a go. So that's my thoughts on that, Rand. God, I need a fucking tissue, bro.
Well, go get your tissue. I'll take some super chats here.
I'm alright, I've got a tissue here.
Don Taco says, anyways, we got a new Mario and Luigi RPG last year. Nobody cares, Don. Pat Rock says, Double Fine should port Psychonauts 2 to Switch for a financial injection. I bet it would do well. They can even do a 1 and 2 bundle. I thought, didn't Psychonauts 2 come out on Switch? I could be wrong. Let me see. Psychonauts 2. I thought it was released on everything. I could be wrong. No, it was released August 25th, 2021 for PlayStation 4, Windows, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. So I guess it wasn't part of the initial Switch thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could, you know. But they may have moved on from that. You know, I don't know. They potentially could have moved on from doing anything with Psychonauts at that point.
I feel you. That feels you, bro. Dude, sorry, I was slightly distracted there because actually I'm not even going to say it. Never mind.
Okay.
Never mind, Rand.
Face BK 23 BKNY with Super Chat says, I tried Indiana Jones on the Xbox app on my LG G4. Not bad. Some lag, but for a game like Indie, pretty decent. And ran PS5 Pro for October 2nd. I was actually probably going to get the PS5 Pro for Death Stranding 2 in June, actually. Because I am going to be playing Death Stranding 2.
Why don't you just play on your PS5?
Well, because Face donated $700 for me to get the PS5 Pro, remember?
What the hell? Face, where's my donation?
Because he knows you don't play in PlayStation, bro. So why should he?
Oh, that's because I don't own one. If I owned one, I'd play it.
No, you don't.
Face, hook me up, bro.
you say you don't need a PlayStation because you'll just play everything on PC.
I don't have space for it.
Oh, there's space for it. You can stand it straight up.
No, dude, you seriously. I'll take a fucking picture. There is no space for it. I mean, not in a way that would look pleasant. I could put it on the floor, I suppose.
Right.
I don't put that on the floor, bro. It'll get dusty.
It'll get dusty. I guess that's also a part of the marathon thing we didn't mention, because the Ghost of GOTY, they, out of nowhere, just released a new trailer, but with the release date for October 2nd. And Marathon is releasing on September 23rd, which is also the same release date as Borderlands 4, which is coming September 23rd. So, I mean, you could argue, is that really a good release date for Marathon to release the same day as another extremely popular looter shooter, even though like Marathon's not really a looter shooter? But with the way everybody's kind of lining up their release dates, with now Ghost of GOTY from Sucker Punch releasing like the next week, you know, basically 9 days later. Granted, different audiences, right? Online only extraction shooter and, you know, a cinematic samurai open world game. Not exactly the same audience. It really does feel to me, and I could be completely wrong to this, but with what the moves that Take-Two have done with their release schedule and what Sony's done with their release schedule, it really feels like they think GTA is launching this fall. Because why else would you like, and I know, like, oh, is Borderlands 4 and Marathon like the same genre? Is there going to be overlap? And I think there actually will be. But like, if you could launch your game whenever you wanted, why would you launch your new IP on the same day as Borderlands 4? Like, why would you do that?
Maybe because Borderlands 4 is going to be bad and no one wants it.
I mean, some people would say Borderlands 3 was bad and it still sold a shit ton. Maybe Borderlands 4 this time is going to be good. But, I mean, how could you know that as Bungie and PlayStation that, like, oh, we're actually going to release it because Borderlands 4 is going to be bad? I mean, you right? And then not only that, but then Sony launches their next big game a week later at the very beginning of October. And then you think about Take-Two and with Mafia, a game that's supposedly launching in August, where, like, you know, big games normally don't come out in August, which is great for us because that gives us something to play. But, like, you sort of figure Mafia should be, like, an October game. So look, to me,
I really, really want to play that Mafia game. That's high up on my list.
That definitely is, too. I know, to me,
Mafia's higher up for me than Grand Theft Auto. There, I said it.
That's fine. I'm just saying, from an outsider's perspective, looking at how they are lining up their releases, it really feels like they're trying to get out ahead of GTA 6 with enough time to spare. Because
probably.
Yeah, you look at Borderlands 3, which is Take-Two's game, and, like, you know that they're not going to destroy Borderlands 4 with their own game, GTA 6. So it's like, okay, so maybe they give them a month window. So it's like, okay, well, Borderlands is the 23rd, so GTA 6 is the first week of November. But then it's like, okay, well, we can slide Ghost of Yotai in there at the beginning of October and get like a full month of sales before GTA comes in and crushes everything. At least that's what it seems like to me. It seems like they all think GTA 6 is coming this year and this fall. So Face 23, he says, Rand, you not playing Lost Soulside and Phantom Blade Zero? I probably will. Is Phantom Blade Zero this year? I know Lost Soulside is this year. What, you said Phantom Blade Zero is this year, Jez? I
think it is, yeah. I remember that being in the in our editorial calendar somewhere.
I know Lost Soulside is. I might play Lost Soulside. Let me see. Phantom Blade Zero. Let's see, does it have a 2025 release? I don't think it has a release date yet, does it? It says the release date hasn't been announced. I don't even know if it's gotten a release year. I mean, I probably play it whenever it would come out. I don't know if it's coming out this year, though.
Ask ChatGPT.
No, I don't want to ask ChatGPT. You should ask it.
I read an article the other day that Gen Z is falling in love with AI, bro.
You did say that they were going to give numbers for Bethesda for Oblivion, and they just did 9 minutes ago.
Oh, nice. I thought they were going to. Yeah.
We are so grateful to over 4 million of you that have already ventured into Cyrodiil with the Oblivion Remaster. 4 million.
4 million?
Yep.
I was expecting 1 million.
4 million in what? 2 days? 2.5 days?
That's pretty good.
Bro, I'm telling you, you see these numbers in the reception. If you haven't already greenlit a Skyrim remaster and a Fallout New Vegas remaster, like, those need to be on the table now at this point. You know, come on.
I agree.
That's 4 million players in 2 days. That's incredibly impressive.
It
So, good for them. Good for them. So yeah, I don't know. It's starting to seem like GTA is going to be this fall, which is going to be great. I mean, we already had a lot of Game of the Year contenders, judging off of like, you know,
Claire Obscure's Game of the Year.
Claire, you get Expedition 33, Blueprints, Split Fiction, you know, Monster Hunter Wilds, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I mean, that's 5 right there that all reviewed extremely high. You know, I don't think Oblivion Remastered would really make it, right? Doom could be a potential candidate. Death Stranding 2, because Kojima, everybody loves Kojima. Ghost of Yotai, because the last one was. Obviously,
what
GTA
about
6. Like,
what about the Nintendo Switch launch lineup, bro?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really see Mario Kart getting it. But I wouldn't put it past the Keeleys to nominate Mario Kart for Game of the Year when they snubbed Forza Horizon, because that would totally make sense. Remember? People don't have any emotional attachment to racing games unless Mario's in it.
Mario.
Don will probably say something like that, like, it's got Mario and it's got a cow.
Mario.
It's got a cow that you can drive.
Why is his voice like that?
I don't know. Whatever. So yeah, it definitely seems like, you know, there's going to be a lot of contenders this year. So, which is crazy. Not to mention, like, Outer Worlds 2 is a sequel to a game that was nominated for Game of the Year, and everything they've shown with IGN stuff has been pretty cool. The IGN first, Outer Worlds 2 information and videos they've been putting out looks
when
very
is that
promising.
Is that this year?
Yeah, that's this year. Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got the direct showcase after the showcase.
Oh yeah, of course.
You know what I bet you,
dude? I can't. My brain doesn't have the capacity to track all of this shit, bro.
Don't forget Ninja Gaiden 4 from Platinum Games. I mean, just judging off of what we're looking at release dates already, when we know Borderlands 4 and Marathon are September and Ghost of Yotai is October, I would not be shocked if September is when Outer Worlds 2 comes out. In fact, that's my guess at this point in time. Outer Worlds 2 is September.
Dude, is there a point where there's just too many games?
Yeah, sometimes there's too many. I mean, I still kind of want to go back to Oblivion, but I got to do Expedition 33 first. But then Doom's gonna be here real quick. There might be a lull in there between, you know, like June and July, because usually nothing comes out in those months. You know, so you'll be able to play some of that stuff. But yeah, we did get some bad news, although we didn't even know this game existed. Blade Runner: Time to Live was canceled. It was an unannounced game from Supermassive Games, and when I saw that, I was like, "Oh man, I really would have loved the Blade Runner game, Jez." To go.
Did you ever play
Blade Runner tweet?
The OG Blade Runner? Click and.
I don't think so. I don't think I ever did.
Honestly, that was fantastic. I think it was the first point and click game I ever played. It holds up, man. If you like that kind of game.
Now, they also mentioned, this is an Insider Gaming exclusive. They also mentioned that, so the game was set to release sometime in 2027, and it was the Quarry team, which I thought was pretty good. But they also mentioned that it was scheduled to release for the next Gen 10 devices as well, whatever they were going to be. So whether or not Gen 10 starts in 2027, or that it would be like, you know, they would release the game in 2027 and then have like upgrades for, you know, the next year or whatever. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh man, that sucks, because, you know, Blade Runner's so cool. And I still remember your tweet the other week, your Blade Runner tweet. So,
what did I tweet about Blade Runner?
I've seen things that only you can only dream of.
Oh, that was not about Blade Runner.
Well, no, it was a Blade Runner tweet though.
Yeah, it was.
It's from the movie. It's not about Blade Runner, but it's about the movie. Yeah. We also got maybe the first inkling that last generation is finally ending or being moved on from, because I saw Insider Gaming report this. Madden 26, which comes out in August, will not be on Xbox One or PS4.
Oh,
so they are
that's a
moving on
surprise.
from last generation. Finally,
I'm surprised about that, actually.
I'm not too surprised by that. So, when does that mean Call of Duty moves on? But then, and apparently Madden 26 is coming to Switch. So I know there's some people be like, well, with Call of Duty, well, they promised to support the Switch. So, why not just make an Xbox One and PS4 port? Well, I guess the same could be said for Madden. If you're releasing on the Switch too, then why not also release on Xbox One and PS4? But apparently they're not going to. So I wonder if we'll see more of those games. Because you figure out of all the games that would be, cross-gen, it's the sports games, right? Like the 2Ks and the Maddens and stuff. Although, I wonder, did 2K switch over? I mean, part of me thinks 2K already switched over, but I could be wrong on that. Let me see. Maybe they didn't. NBA 2K25. 2K25. Did that one come out on Xbox One? I want to say it did. Yes, it did. Okay. Maybe this year's 2K is the one that doesn't? I don't know. You figured they make those decisions based on like what? Like how many people are actually playing those games on those old platforms, right? We were talking about the Xbox update, but they also are bringing stream your own games to the consoles as well. Have you ever tried like streaming the games to your console instead of just like downloading them?
That's how I started Expedition 33. Actually.
Oh, so how does that work? I mean, for
you just
a turn-based
when you
game,
click the button.
Well, no, I know. No, I was just saying how does it work like latency wise? Of like, I'm sure when you pick your attack and then you got to hit like, is the latency good enough where you can hit the QTEs in combat and the parries and dodges and stuff, or is that a little finicky?
Okay, well, I have to clarify because I ain't a typical case. I've got a gigabyte now.
Okay.
And I think I live quite near a data center. So for me, I get a very good experience. Also, my Xbox is connected via Ethernet. So I basically have the perfect coalescence of scenarios that makes it the best experience possible, right? So for me, yeah, it's totally viable. I play Battlefield quite happily on cloud at my house. But obviously not everyone has that kind of experience, right? Also, beyond that, there's also like I've got Wi-Fi 6E. If I want to use my TV, and I've got like extenders all over the house, so no issues for me. But I think probably with the QTEs, people would have some kind of issues and stuff. One of the cool things about streaming via the cloud is like when you close the game after streaming it via cloud, it does this pop up like, "Did you enjoy this? Maybe try installing it instead." Kind of like, because they know that this system is generally used by Game Pass users who just want to try something out without downloading it. And I think for that on console, it's a really great thing. But it'll extend the lifespan of the Xbox One as well for people who are subscribed to Game Pass but don't necessarily want to dump the money into getting a full blown console upgrade. Blah 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 blah. So it works pretty well. I think it's cool they're adding it. I suppose one of the concerns, would be like, how is that gonna impact latency and shit? Because no, queue time, sorry. Because one of the things that I saw recently, and I was investigating a little bit on behalf of the fine Brazilian Xbox contingent over there, they get a lot of queues in Brazil. And I think like Brazil is a unique case where existing tariffs and taxes already make consoles really expensive in Brazil. So like a lot of people are using cloud over there, and Microsoft can't meet demand. So when a big game drops in there, like Grand Theft Auto 5, which dropped in there recently, it produces queues that can range anywhere from like 10 minutes to 40 minutes at peak time. and people have to queue up and wait and all that kind of stuff. So I do wonder, like, as they greenlight more devices like consoles, like LG TVs, are they scaling up fast enough to meet demand? You know, and I think that's why there's stock issues, man. Because I noticed recently when I was writing an article, the Xbox Series X was out of stock, Amazon US again. So, and you have to presume that a lot of that is because the stock's going to the cloud, you know. So I think they need to shift over to PC-based servers as soon as possible.
Yeah, Noob Sabat says in the super chat, I think Xbox should do commercials for Game Pass with all the high-rated games at the end of each year so people can see the value. Yeah, value is always kind of tough to. It's not a sexy thing, really. I mean, you certainly could put like all that stuff into ads, but also like if you have an ad for Expedition 33 and then maybe someone sees that ad later in the year, but then eventually like it leaves the service, does that create some sort of like, oh well, I wanted to get this and then it left. I don't know. I mean, there's a good like argument to be made, being like, look, right now, like you have Oblivion and Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. That's $100 right there. That's $100 if you want to play those games. You add Doom on top of it, that's $170. You know,
it's a lot of money, man.
You want to add like, you know, Avowed in there. That's $240. I mean, just those 3 games, you're at $170, and like Game Pass Ultimate is what, $240 a year. I mean, you're almost reaching that with just those 3 games. Not to mention whatever else is coming out this year, like Call of Duty or Outer Worlds 2 and Ninja Gaiden 4, and potentially like a Gears thing. So you want to talk about like if it's worth your money. It still clearly is. Even though, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft raises the price of Game Pass at some point.
Yeah.
To me, it's like whether or not, it's like how much do you raise it? Another $1? Do you raise another $5? Are we going to be in like $25? Are we going to be Netflix prices? Because right now Netflix is like highest tier is like $25 a month.
Yeah.
Are we going to get up to that price where it's like, here's all the games we finally are hitting, but $25 for Ultimate? I mean, because the prices are going to go up. The question is, they're going to go up this year or are they going to go up next year? I don't know.
I think they're going to go up this year.
Probably going to go up this year. I bet you they probably even raise prices of the consoles this year at some point. I mean, Sony's already raised the prices of their digital systems everywhere else in the world.
Maybe they'll even raise the price of the consoles next week.
I mean, it certainly could. No, yeah, but we'll see. Now that Minecraft movie has made over $700 million and The Last of Us Season 2 is doing really well, Fallout TV show was amazing, the Devil May Cry stuff was already renewed for Season 2, I figured more movies would get greenlit that are video game related, and it looks like it has, because Sydney Sweeney is going to be starring in Split Fiction, Jez, a movie adaptation of Joseph Ferris and Hazelight's Last Game, which is amazing and my current game of the year. But also, she's been rumored to also be attached to another video game franchise with director Michael Bay, and that's Outrun. So she might be starring in 2 video game movie adaptations.
Hey.
So we scraping the barrel of video game adaptations if we're going all the way back to Outrun or what?
I never know what Outrun is.
Outrun is it's like an arcade racer. It's like the arcade racer.
I've never heard of it. I don't think.
You've never heard of it, huh?
I don't think. What console is that on?
I mean, it was in the arcades. I mean, I'm sure you can find a version of it on the 360 arcade, the Dreamcast.
In arcades? Bro,
like
how am I going to know that?
Bro, you've never heard of Outrun?
No.
Jeez, you're fucking weird, bro. Jesus.
How would I heard of Outrun if it's an arcade
How would you
game?
heard of Outrun? You're a gamer, aren't you? How have you not heard of Outrun?
Is it on any consoles or PC?
Yeah.
Which one?
I'm sure it's on PC and I'm sure it's on the Xbox.
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Bro, how have you never heard of Outrun?
I've never heard of it. Is it old?
I mean, it is. Sure, Outrun's been around for a long time, but I could have. Wasn't there just a new Outrun game that came out a couple years ago? How have you never heard of Outrun? Yeah, look at this.
Heard of it.
Golden Arms in chat says, Jesus, Jez, do you even game? And then someone, Thaneros says, Jez lost his gamer card just now. Cameron says, Jez hasn't heard of Outrun?
Bro, if this is an arcade game,
DJ says, this is shocking. Paul says, Jez, come on.
Outrun.
You've never heard of Outrun? What are we doing here?
Outrun game.
I mean, granted, I haven't played an Outrun game in a long time. I remember like playing it at the arcades and stuff.
Never heard of it. I've never even
Silas
seen
says,
it, bro.
come on, Jez. And you know the funny thing is, sometimes I think Jez would be joking. He's dead serious here. He has no clue what Outrun is.
I have no idea. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it.
Look it up right now. Google's your friend.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, go ahead. Look.
I've never seen it. 2006 PSP game? Seriously? 2006?
I mean, I'm sure it was on PSP.
Also, a racing game. I don't care about racing games.
Oh, jeez. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that he doesn't know. Like, dude,
maybe it never
look at this.
released.
Look how many games. Outrun 3D 1998. Turbo Outrun 1989. Outrunners 1993. Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast. Outrun Online Arcade 2009. 3D Outrun
2009. Tell me something recent, bro.
Bro, like
this franchise launched when I wasn't even born.
There's been I mean, like, bro, what do you mean you don't remember any of these games?
Nope, never seen it.
There's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Outrun games.
I think it's fake news. I think you're making it up.
I'm at a loss for words right now. I have no idea. Like, it's kind of
dude. I've never heard of it.
It's been in like Yakuza, or like has like when you play Yakuza, that there'll be like arcade machines that have Outrun in it. Michael says, has Jez never been to an arcade? Cameron
I've never been to an arcade.
The red Ferrari is so iconic even if you've never played them. Golden Arm says, stop playing World of Warcraft and play some real games, Jez. Yeah. I mean, Jesus. I'm shocked. There's sometimes some games you say you have no idea or you never played. I'm just sitting there and be like, this is my co-host, ladies and gentlemen. Hasn't even,
bro.
Like,
it's just because I'm not old. That's the issue. I'm not as old as you, bro.
You're not as old as me. Okay.
I'm basically Gen Z. That's my issue.
Unbelievable. Yeah, is there anything else you want to talk about? Anything we missed? Or should we head over for some questions?
Let's do some questions, bro.
All right, we're going to head over to some Patreon questions, so if you haven't dropped one yet, go do so. Also, if you're heading out or you're going to listen to this later, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Thank you so much for Surfshark for sponsoring this episode. Get 86% off just for you guys, 86% off 2-year deal. So basically, it's super cheap. Links in the description or pinned to the chat if you want to check it out that way. Help support the podcast and me and Jez. But let's see. We got some questions up in here, and I think people could ask 2 if they wanted to.
So, all right, I'm looking up this Outrun shit, right? The first game launched when I was 0 years old.
Okay,
right?
Sure. Because you could never have heard of something from before your birth. Never.
Right. The game that launched when I first got my first console had already been out for 2 years. And then there was no game launched at all during my entire school life. And then Outrun 2 launched when I left high school. And then I think the other games just nobody really cared about.
Dude, have you never been to an arcade before?
No.
Okay. All right.
There was not an arcade in my town.
Have you ever heard of Daytona, USA?
Yes.
Now, why have you heard of that one?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, we have Matt. He says, have you heard why the Oblivion drop was this week? Not complaining because it's one of my all-time faves, but it feels like it should have been on Oblivion's anniversary in March, or at the showcase in June, a random week that Game Pass is also dropping a big RPG they featured at Dev Direct. Seems weird, so I'm curious. No, I haven't heard anything about why, because I think originally it was June, because that's what Nate originally said, was it was going to be June, and we all assumed it was going to be an Xbox showcase drop, and then all of a sudden in March, they were like, oh, it's actually releasing in April. It's going to be a shadow drop. So, I don't know. Plans must have changed for whatever reasons.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I presume that it's related to quarterlies, like Lord Cognito suggested, but I honestly don't know.
Could be money related, right? April is start of the new fiscal, beginning of the recent quarter, which ends at the end of June. So maybe they thought we can get as much out of this as we can for some good comparisons of year-over-year stuff, and
maybe it was like, let's get it out before the summer. Maybe let's get it out before Doom.
Maybe they decided on shadow dropping a different game at the June showcase, so they had to move Oblivion up.
Yeah, maybe
potentially. I don't know. We got Vito. So there's a question I'd love some clarity on from either a reporter or someone with the landline specifically for Phil Spencer. What is the release timing strategy with all the games now under Xbox? Are publishing only games like Expedition 33 not considered in the same window planning as first party? Oblivion and 33 so tight seems suboptimal. A week or two apart, even if it steps on Forza on PS5, would seem to make more sense. Well, I mean, I know third parties, I know it does matter because I'm sure they're I guess maybe depending on third parties and depending what the game is, because you sure they're going to schedule around GTA 6, right? But also, like, they need to always make sure that they're providing a good environment for third parties to release their games and make money on their platform.
Yeah,
so
I think they just do the best they can. I think there was some extraneous, what the fuck is that word? I don't know. Extenuating circumstance that led to them choosing this launch window. Mm-hmm. And I guess they just figured that Expedition and Oblivion were potentially different enough that they wouldn't necessarily detract from each other. But, we'll probably never find out what the truth is because Microsoft works in mysterious ways and probably doesn't want that kind of information out there, or they don't want to be seen as being, I don't know, playing favorites or whatever. I mean, like, oh, we won't release it on top of this game, but we'll release it on top of this game. I mean, at the end of the day, games are going to end up being released on top of each other sometimes. And just is what it is, man.
That is true. There also, maybe this isn't like a reason why, but I definitely have seen more people maybe like that have come out in support of Expedition, maybe like
in a
have come out in a stronger wave of support for Expedition because of Oblivion. That maybe like the game release actually highlights Expedition more too, because its supporters have to be more vocal about it, because Oblivion is such another big game. But I wouldn't say that was the reason for it. I've just said I've noticed it, that people are like, make sure you get the word out and tell people about Expedition, because they may so it. I don't know if like. I think it'll benefit from that extra support from people, telling everybody like, oh my God, there's this amazing game. Please don't overlook it. I know Oblivion's out there, but you should really play this first. And quite honestly, I am playing Expedition first because it is new. When they both kind of released at the same time, I was just like, well, you know what? I'm gonna play Expedition first. I wanna play this game because it is a new experience, despite the fact that I do like Oblivion. So I mean, and it doesn't really seem like that they're hurting that much. They got the money from the Game Pass launch, and they've already sold 500,000 copies, which is pretty damn good for a first time dev. This is their first game.
Yep.
A bunch of ex Ubisoft devs. I don't know if you know that, Jez. Like basically like 30 people, all ex Ubisoft devs for the most part.
I like that.
And they're competing against one of the giants in the RPG space, and they're holding their own. Like 500,000 copies in a day is nothing to sneeze at for for a game that's also $50 and in Game Pass on day one. So I'm sure it has a lot more players.
I can't help but wonder where this quality writing was in Ubisoft games.
Or like how this game doesn't have any of the Ubisoft bloat, like open world games or stuff Storm really has.
Yeah. You have to wonder just how much of Ubisoft's issues are just management being shit. Probably a lot.
And they still control the whole thing, so yeah. We got Geth Synth says, I'm absolutely loving the Oblivion remaster. It's always been my favorite Elder Scrolls game, and they completely nailed this remaster. I also think it's interesting for the future in a couple ways. It proves that Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas can and should be remastered in the same way. In the exact same way. And then maybe this is a stretch, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to use Unreal Engine alongside the creation engine for Elder Scrolls 6. Imagine combining creation's interactivity and physics with Unreal's graphics and facial animations.
Well, it sounds from what Don Otaku said that that's basically what they've done, right? They layered Unreal Engine over for the graphics, but then the underlying stuff is still Gamebryo, so maybe that's just how it is now. I don't know.
Yeah, I like how Geth is basically in my wavelength of like, yes, now that it works, do Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas and maybe even Skyrim, but then do this with even the new games too. So we got Silas.
Only Nintendo could do that for Pokemon and shit like that.
Nintendo doesn't give a shit. Pokemon, they don't give a shit.
They don't give a shit about making good games, is what you're telling me.
I mean, they know people are gonna buy Pokemon no matter what. It could be a broken piece of trash that turns off after 15 minutes, and Donataku will be lining up at the store to buy it. And then he'll come in the podcast and be like, Pokemon did this first, sue Pal World. You know? Silas says, welcome back. I want you guys to predict how many games shown at the Xbox Showcase in June will be exclusive and only initially released on the Xbox and PC. Okay, so let's do that one first. How many games shown at the Xbox Showcase in June will be exclusive and only released initially on Xbox and PC?
3.
3?
That's just a guess, not a leak. Where anyone goes mad.
I'll go 2.
Yeah.
I'll go 1 underneath you. I don't know. I haven't even really thought about how many games are going to be there and what games could be there and what their potential exclusivity would be. I do think it'll be a lower number rather than a higher number, though. I mean, you probably figure there's probably going to be around 30 games there between first-party Activision, Xbox, Bethesda, and third-party stuff. So, the lower end of exclusive stuff, I don't know. We'll see. He says, Jez, you've also mentioned in several articles and on this podcast that the Series consoles aren't readily available for purchase at retail. Could it be as simple as Microsoft isn't seeing demand for the console, thus not spending manufacturing costs and spinning up production lines? With Game Pass available almost everywhere and their multi-platform strategy, maybe it's not worth the cost to produce consoles at volume.
I mean, maybe. I mean, we don't know for sure what the reasons is. I mean, Microsoft's never going to come out and admit to anyone that the reason we're not buying stock is because no one wants it. But evidently, it keeps selling out. So, like, someone's buying it. I think they're just being conservative. I think part of me wonders, like, if they haven't been burned by overstocking in the past. Because I remember one quarter, Microsoft had to be like, okay, we've had to write down multiple billions of dollars because we overstocked on Surface devices, for example. The part of me wonders if they're just being like overly cautious about having stock sitting around not selling, and they're just trying to meet demand as conservatively as possible. Um, but honestly, don't know. There could be a multitude of different reasons.
All right. I'm Mike Zero says, welcome back. Welcome back, brochachos. 2 questions this week. First, The Division 2 is getting new DLC in May. It is one of my favorite games of all time, but I dropped it off years ago. What game or series did you go back into after a long absence because you realized it wasn't dead?
Um,
I mean, I hardly ever go back, Mike. So
I did quit World of Warcraft for a long time, about 4 or 5 years.
Of course, everything always comes back to fucking World of Warcraft. Everything, no matter what, it always circles back around to World of Warcraft.
Yeah, of course it does, bro. But I can't think of any other game that I came back to.
Yeah, I can't think of anything I came back to too. I don't really come back to multiplayer games. So
yeah, I kind of just move on.
And I usually beat something. And there might be cases where like I beat this game and then DLC released for it. Like Indiana Jones, I played in December. They're gonna have DLC sometime this year, and I'll probably reinstall Indiana Jones and play the DLC. I don't know if that really fits your criteria because you said years ago, but I don't. Usually, when I beat a game, I'm done with the game. I don't come back to it. I mean, I get. Even when we were playing PUBG, there were instances of PUBG like we had played so much that we all kind of took a break. And then we came back like 5 months later or 6 months later when a new map came out, and we all got re-addicted again for a few more months. But nothing where it was like, oh, I played this game in March of 2022, and then I came back to it in March in 2005 or 25. That doesn't happen for me. Second question.
Not me neither, really.
He says Xbox is currently firing on all cylinders with Game Pass releases and their quality of games. What moves do you see the competition taking to counter their momentum? None?
Yeah, I think PlayStation Xbox is just diverging increasingly with their overall business strategy. I think PlayStation's just happy to be the console hardware default. Microsoft's happy to be the software and services default. I don't necessarily see any movement on either side there, but I'm sure Sony would like to buy a publisher like an EA or something like that, but will they ever be able to raise the capital for something like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I really think that
that's a lot of money and like a lot of employees.
I think that but they'd love to own FIFA. It just anchors the business. It would anchor the business for me. So I think they'd love to do that, but it's just like where does the capital come from?
EA almost sold to like Comcast, right, or NBC or whatever it was.
Something like that,
yeah. I mean the competition. I mean, what could the competition do? Maybe they could try to grab more games for PlayStation Plus. They did have like Lost Records launch in there in day one. I don't really even know if that's like the newest like narrative adventure game from Dontnod.
I don't even register Dontnod anymore. I feel like they've fell off a bit. Maybe that's harsh, but
they could Sony does what Sony does. I mean, Black Myth Wukong's still not on Xbox. But I sort of feel like I'm not even sure that they're like, we need to take this away from Xbox rather than this would work really well for us and be a boon for us rather than like, oh, this would hurt Xbox in a way. Are you surprised that Black Myth Wukong's still not on Xbox, Jez? Do you feel that it's never going to come at this point, or?
Yeah, I don't think Black Myth comes to Xbox.
You think they just done? Or maybe what if it's just a June showcase thing? What if it's at the June showcase and here's Black Myth Wukong and surprise surprise it's releasing in August, exactly a year from the PlayStation launch or something.
I honestly just would not be surprised if it's not coming.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either, but then I wouldn't be surprised if it does come and then suddenly it's like a year anniversary and guess what? Black Myth is coming to Xbox. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we haven't hit that milestone yet for the year anniversary. So, yeah, BHO Review says, my son loves your book recommendations so far, from Project Hail Mary, Wheel of Time, and anything Brandon Sanderson. Oh, okay. That's awesome. His favorite character has been ironically Randall Thor. I was wondering, what other books would you recommend for a 12-year-old? Sorry, Jez, for the book question. A 12-year-old, huh?
Goosebumps.
12-year-old. 12-year-old's tough because I would say if they like Wheel of Time and Brandon Sanderson stuff, like I remember reading Wheel of Time and then getting into Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire, but I don't really think that's appropriate for a 12-year-old.
Why not?
I mean, there's a lot more sex and detailed stuff in Song of Ice and Fire than, there are romances in Wheel of Time, but it wasn't really anything over the top.
Kids have got the internet these days. He's probably on porn.
I know, but I'm just saying. What would I recommend? What fantasy series would I recommend? So my second favorite fantasy series ever, basically my second favorite series of all time, is something called the Farseer trilogy. Well, it's a part of a 15-book world, but you start with the first book called Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb. It's about a young boy that is basically the bastard of a king and becomes the apprentice to the it becomes basically like he does like the king's dirty work, so it becomes like an assassin essentially. I mean, I think that could be. I think if your son loves Wheel of Time and Brandon Sanderson stuff, I think they probably would really like Assassin's Apprentice, and there's a whole bunch of books in that series. Golden Compass, His Dark Materials by Philip Pullman. I think I had read those around the time I read Wheel of Time. They also has the HBO shows that you can watch afterwards. I'd probably recommend. I do love that trilogy. Trying to think what else. I would recommend, I don't even know, Stephen King, The Dark Tower series, but I don't know, 12-year-old reading Stephen King, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, so I'd check.
I read Misery when I was 12.
Yeah, I know. I check into His Dark Materials. It's 3 books. There's also the Percy Jackson books which kids love, and also I think so. Like, but my second favorite series of all time is the Assassin's Apprentice Farseer stuff. So Assassin's Apprentice, first book by Robin Hobb. Get that? It's short, and if he or she really loves it, he, because it says your son, then you got a whole world to explore with that. Rave Damos says, happy Friday and NFL draft season. Jez, have you thought of going to an NFL game in Europe? And do you have a favorite American football team? What about you, Rand? Hope you and everyone in the community had a wonderful weekend.
I like Seattle because they've got Xbox as their sponsor. At least they did a million years ago. Now, I don't really like sports in general, but American football's just not a thing in... Or I suppose it is a bit of a thing, like, it is growing, I think, in Europe, but it's quite still a niche thing, I think, but...
Yeah.
I don't even watch regular football, really.
I mean, my team's the Bears. Chicago Bears are my team. So... yeah, that's who I root for. I mean, I'm mostly a fan of the Chicago teams. I don't know, the Bears, the White Sox, the Blackhawks. the Bulls. Those are my teams, not the Cubs. Screw the Cubs. So, yeah, let's see what else we got. Dark Grain says, "Hey guys, looking forward to the show this weekend. I have a question for Jez. I was listening to a sports podcast where former MLB president was discussing his team's how they allocate money to draw in fans. He said the smallest pot was to steal other teams' fans, the middle pot was to keep their own fans, and the largest was to try to draw in new fans. I'm curious how you might see parallels there to how Microsoft approaches the same type of issue, finding more fans/users."
It is interesting. I think like one of the reasons Microsoft gave up on exclusivity is pure math of the cost of user acquisition is not worth the cost of keeping those games off PlayStation, you know? So like it became so expensive to acquire new users. They were just like, we shouldn't even try at this point, right? At least that's my theory. So I do think there is probably a similar sort of thing. Like user acquisition is a whole science in of itself. But I think like with Xbox and console gaming, they're playing with a much smaller part potentially, a much more fragmented part of users, for better or worse. Where Xbox fits into that, hard to say. Obviously, there will be some sort of parallels, but the sort of constrained user base, evolving user habits and things like that, it's probably different to football or sports, sorry. But I often think about the parallels between stuff like the WWE and consoles and just fandom in general, right? Because I think Xbox has really burned its fans recently, its core fans, and I think all Xbox content creators have kind of felt that in varying degrees. And I don't know if Microsoft themselves have really felt that, or if, you know, if there's just so many more casual players that it just doesn't matter about having a core fan base anymore. Is that just the industry now? You know, because I suppose like with football as well, like you've got your or any sport, you've got like your season ticket holders, your merchandise buyers, like your super fans, and then you just have casual viewers, maybe people who don't even like buy the package for the TV. Maybe they literally just pirate everything, and they're more of a casual fan or whatever. But they probably factor those kind of users in as well, because it's like even if those users are pirating shit, it still generates conversation and fandom. You know, like I think WWE, for example, takes quite a relaxed attitude towards pirates, you know, of WWE content, because they know that not everyone can afford the expensive sports packages, but at least the pirates will contribute to the zeitgeist of that existing. I don't know if Microsoft really understands that aspect of any of their businesses, and I think that extends to everything they do, whether it's Xbox, Surface, Windows itself, because it's hard to measure. Like, how do you put that shit in a spreadsheet, right? But I think that's why it's quite interesting that Microsoft hired Johanna Faries to run Blizzard, because where does she come from? She comes from the NFL. And one of her roles there was the intersection of fandom and technology and stuff, which is exactly like her remit. So if I was going to tell everyone to watch someone within Microsoft as someone who could rise up the ranks of Microsoft really quickly, I would say watch Johanna Faries. And I swear to God, I'm not just saying this because she's Blizzard, but she's really fucking smart. And she's got so much expertise across, like, you know, NFL and what that sort of, how that dovetails into building fan bases, community, all that kind of stuff. And you can already feel her expertise having a positive impact across the whole Blizzard kind of contingent of Microsoft. So I would honestly not be surprised if in 10 years, Johanna Faries is running the whole business, as in the gaming business. I would not be surprised if that happens. But we'll see. I do think there is an intersection
Yeah,
there.
I mean, you could be 100% right there. Sierra Momo Kevin says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, as always, appreciate you both. I finished South of Midnight this week. What an outstanding game. It was one of the few games that I read through the credits to learn about who worked on the game. Oliver Divier, who is a composer in the game, was also part of the amazing Streets of Rage 4 soundtrack. And the soundtrack to South of Midnight was absolutely stellar. That's one of the parts of the game that was like 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Like, he knew the assignment because the soundtrack stuff was killer in that game. And a special shout out to Adrian Ray, who voiced Hazel. Backed by a great story, her acting brought such a great emotional element to the game. It was one of the few games I played where I felt emotional character growth. Her character really matured through her journey. I agree. I thought Hazel's voice actor and the character itself was really well done. Now, I've just started playing Expedition 33. I've teared up in games before, but not in the first 20 minutes of a game. I'm really curious what I'm in for. Since December, this has been the best stretch of gaming in years for me. Indiana Jones, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, Avowed, South of Midnight, and now Expedition 33. I've been so happy with the Xbox. And then, there you go. Great games and great consistent games will do that to you. You'll be happy with the stuff you have and the games that are coming, right?
I love my Xbox, man.
Yeah.
I like all the drama about the multi-platform stuff and all the fun that gets thrown around and all that kind of stuff. It's just background noise to me. Like, Xbox isn't perfect, but what company is, The amount of fun I get with my Xbox vastly outstrips any of the drama and bullshit that's out there.
We got Pan Man saying happy Friday. So I built my first rig, as Rand would call it. I learned a lot, and thank you to the Xbox 2 community for answering my dumb questions. Here are my questions for the week. Why are people so obsessed about ray tracing? It feels like they should be on frame rate, as it has a totally different feel for over 100 frames. I don't know. Ray tracing was kind of just that new tech terminology, that a way for people to like sell the consoles on or sell better GPUs on. It's like, oh, and get ray tracing and path tracing and all that stuff and blah blah blah. I think that's just kind of that was like the new tech thing that was gonna sell the more expensive price stuff. He says, Rand, I've heard you say that you have a rig yourself for the podcast. Why not game on it? I feel like you're missing out on some amazing indie games, and it's an Xbox now. I've explained this before. I needed a new PC. The PC I had was from 2017, and when I bought the new one in 2023, at the end of 2023, so basically the beginning of 2024, I just decided to go for top of the line because I wanted a PC that was really good, but also a PC where I don't need another one for another 6 years. And, at the time, I had heard about the whole multi-platform strategy, and I thought to myself, well, if I ever do want to game on PC, then I'm already set up. So I bought a PC, and it's got like it's got a 4090 in it and stuff, so I could play on it. I just really enjoy playing on my console. I don't know, the way my current setup is I can't really move my OLED to where my PC is, and I can't move my PC to where my OLED is, so I could like hook the PC up to the TV. I would have to like run an HDMI cord, 50 feet, and I'm just not going to do that. And I guess I could game.
So
here.
Now you know why I don't have a PlayStation.
Yeah, but it's not about space. It's more about like I don't want wires running everywhere. And I suppose I could.
Same, bro. Same. I don't have wires everywhere.
I could buy like a 40-inch monitor and put it here and game on it. But I also, I don't know. Like when I go watch TV or when I go play a game, I'm over there relaxing. Where when I'm over here by my PC, it's like work mode. And I don't want to because I played games on my PC here with my friends, like Among Us and like Hyperscape and some of the PC stuff, and I just really didn't like it. I don't know. I know it's probably just a mindset, and maybe some people are like, you got to get over it. It's a you problem, but like, I don't know. Like, it's definitely
You know what? I know exactly how you feel. I know. Seriously, like I know exactly how you feel about that, but you do get used to it.
Sure, sure.
Like, especially like when you get your PC set up the way you want it to be set up. Um, yeah, I do get that. It
Yeah.
just doesn't feel comfy in a way, in a weird way.
So it's just, I don't know. It'll probably happen someday. You know, maybe a year from now, I'll be like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna buy a 45-inch monitor, put it here, and I'm just gonna play games here, and I'm just gonna play games on PC. But right now, I don't really feel like it. So, you know, I don't know. Play wherever you want to play. You want to play on
I
console or
love
PC? It's up to you. I don't know. It's just,
Dude, you're hyping me up, man. I fucking love video games, bro.
hey, they're great. Absolutely great.
Expedition 33 really has really energized me. I was kind of in a gaming funk a little bit. And like Expedition 33 and Overwatch Stadium mode. I've been playing Frostpunk 2 a bit as well recently. I just there's so much good stuff to play. So much good stuff. I'm hyped, man. Fucking love gaming.
Omen
I'm gonna
says,
make a baby with gaming.
Omen says, happy Friday. Well, I'm glad to see Oblivion hit the 190k player count on Steam. I'm worried that this might be a double-edged sword for gamers. Are you worried that Microsoft might compare the 190 peak player count on Oblivion to the 19k, 1.4k, and 12k peak for player count for Avowed, South of Midnight, and Indiana Jones, and decide to focus less on new franchises and focus more so on remasters of older popular games? Well, it's funny you mentioned that because Phil did say in this interview that he wants to actually make more new IPs. Which is funny because then people said, that's bullshit, Phil, because the last new IP you had that was a hit, you closed the studio down.
No, dude. I know exactly what their thought process is here because
Okay.
I spoke to someone about this exact topic recently. The reason Phil focuses on playtime hours is because Microsoft has, and I think they talked about this at GDC, Microsoft has direct evidence that there is a correlation between playtime hours and churn of Game Pass. So it's not necessarily about the sales of the game or the concurrent users on Steam. What it's about is how many hours does a player spend in that game? And if Avowed generated a lot of playtime hours on Game Pass and prevented churn in that month when there wasn't anything else to play, and I really genuinely think it did a good job there, that's reason enough for it to exist. So I think making sure you can't have an Oblivion every single month. You can't have something nostalgic every single month. Sometimes you gotta need new IP, and you gotta need something that can offset that churn and keep those player hours high. And I think that's where new IP really comes into its own within Microsoft's broader strategy. Don't look at Steam concurrent figures to try and understand what constitutes success for Microsoft, because it's really a really small part of what Microsoft's thought processes are with regards to keep KPIs and keep their key performance indicators, stuff like that, right? So yeah, don't worry about Steam concurrency.
Yeah, because he
That's
says,
not the whole. It's not the whole puzzle.
because he says, is Microsoft about to have its classic Disney moment where it no longer focuses on new stories and just reskins older popular games? Also, here's a fun bonus stat: the only Xbox games to break 100k concurrent Steam users this gen are Halo Infinite, it hit 272, Starfield, which hit 330k, and Call of Duty, which hit 491k. Also, some less fun stats: more people have played Redfall on Steam at 6k concurrently than Forza Motorsport, which is 4.7, Hellblade 2, which is 3.9, South of Midnight 1.4, and Minecraft Dungeons 4K, and Towerborn. I mean,
yeah, don't worry about Steam.
I don't know. It's like,
don't worry.
Are we surprised Oblivion's got more concurrent users than Avowed or Indiana Jones?
Yeah, you've got to remember, like
South
with
of Midnight?
Oblivion,
like, come on.
Yeah. Oblivion has an established fan base on Steam because of the modding community, So there's a lot of factors why, not just quality, but or like the fact that it, previously existed. There's a lot of factors why it's just done better on there than Avowed has. Avowed's a new IP. Avowed had this sort of like very long sort of it's coming to Game Pass, like marketing style, and established itself as you know, something I suppose that people started associating a little bit more with console, maybe to some degree. But yeah, I would not worry about that kind of stuff. Avowed did exactly what it needed to do, prevented churn in the month that it released. And honestly, so did Hi-Fi, you know. The issue with Hi-Fi was always that the studio was in Japan and couldn't integrate into Microsoft's, like, ecosystem at a corporate level, you know? And that's why Microsoft was so desperate to find a publisher that could take them on, because they were like, "We know this is a good studio, it's just not a good fit
Yeah,
for our
but I
current
mean,
situation."
remember how often they talked about wanting to have a studio in Japan, and they finally get one, and then they shut them down like less than a year later? I mean, if they were always
Yeah,
going to
but
have a problem with the studio in Japan, then
their strategies evolved a lot, you know? When they were saying that, they
unless you're
weren't
saying
talking
they
about everything going
unless you like
Unreal.
buy a publisher in Japan, and then you have a publisher that can basically run itself, and then you just own it, you like a Sega or something, instead of just an individual studio like Hi-Fi
Yeah.
Rush.
There was also the issue of Shinji Mikami
Yeah,
taking half
true.
the studio, and also he was the business brain in Japan, right? So, I don't think Microsoft's Japanese aspirations have necessarily gone out of the window. It just wasn't a good fit at the time, especially when they had to ramp up hiring in other
Yeah.
places.
I mean, this question is the thing. Like Phil even mentioned in this Variety article about they want to do more new IP, but Phil also said a lot of stuff. So a lot of people don't.
That's the problem with talking too much, I guess.
Yeah.
What do the kids say? Yapping.
Yapping. Yeah. Pat
I
Rock
mean, Phil
says.
should come and talk to us, but nobody else.
Pat Rock says, "What is the deal with the Xbox hardware? Every time I go to Walmart, Target, or Best Buy, there are stacks of PS5s, and Xbox might have one, but lately I haven't seen any. It's pretty sad, really."
Silicon going to cloud, man. That's
They're
my
only,
theory.
I think they're only making enough to cover the demand that they have, and they're not really going beyond that. So they're not really. I think it's like they still lose money on hardware, and they don't really. It's not financially viable for them to produce a bunch of muff and sell them to new people. So that you're in the situation where it's like you have some, but not a lot. So they're trying to like control cost. I don't know.
Yeah.
Omen question 2 says, so Discord is going public and probably going to get a lot worse as a result. I already have people in my friends looking for alternatives. Is now the time for Xbox to launch a Discord competitor? Think about it. They already have the framework set up to show what games people are playing regardless of platform. Just add server support and you're good to go.
Well, believe it or not, they actually do have a Discord competitor. It's called Microsoft Teams for Consumers, and it is fucking garbage. So, if Microsoft wanted to make Microsoft Teams for Consumers even vaguely viable as an option, they could. They've got the framework to do it, but for whatever reason, they're content with that platform being absolutely terrible. I think Discord is way too mature at this point. It's got like an ecosystem of apps. It's got all this sort of services tied into it. I think Discord will get a lot worse. There will be loads of ads and there will be shareholders to answer to who want, you know, to see profits and shit. Right now, Discord is just this amazing, for what it is, it's amazing. You know, you don't have to pay very much. You know, it's free for all the basic features, and like Nitro is pretty cheap for all the extra stuff you get with it. So, you know, it is going to get worse, but I don't see a viable competitor coming out of Microsoft, especially. A competitor will probably come out of another independent company like TeamSpeak, actually, has been adding a lot of. Remember TeamSpeak?
Remember when Microsoft almost bought Discord?
Yeah.
But then like
They would have Skyped it.
Probably. So let's see. Question. We have good old Conwood. It says, hello, Rand Jez. I'm in Japan at the moment, so obviously my question will be Japanese based. With the rumors that Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion coming to Switch 2, what would it be priced at? $50 as it is for every platform, but embarrassed Nintendo, or $80 as every other remastered game on Nintendo is priced at? I would imagine it'd be the same price as it is on PlayStation, Xbox, and Steam, so $50. Right?
Sorry, say that again?
What do you... Good old Collinwood wants to know if when Elder Scrolls 4 comes to Switch 2, will it be $50 or will it be $80 like every other remastered game on Nintendo? And I said it would be $50.
Yeah, I imagine.
I don't see it breaking pricing with PS5 or the Steam versions, so it'll be $50.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Governor Grimm says the Oblivion remake has been shadow dropped and it is seemingly successful. The switch from Creation Engine Unreal has created amazing claymation versions of JD Vance. My favorite Elder Scrolls game is Morrowind. If they were to remake Morrowind, what kind of character creation abominations themes do you think we would get? Regards. I don't know. There's some crazy, ugly looking ones, bro. Like I've seen people post photos of them, and they look ridiculously absurd, and that's great. They're always fun to laugh at. I don't know. Do you think there's a possibility they ever go back and do this for Morrowind, or do you think it's like too old?
I think it's too old, man. But I honestly don't know. I haven't played Morrowind, so I don't think I can really pass full judgment. But I'd imagine like a Morrowind would need more of a more ground up kind of treatment. But I could be wrong. I do want to see more virtuous remakes, though. I mean,
yeah, sign it
clearly
up.
Those
do
guys
Skyrim, do Fallout 3, do Fallout Remastered. Fuck it, do a Fallout 4.
Yeah, fuck it.
You know? Pat Rock says Microsoft seems to love calling things 365, and Xbox's most nostalgic console was the 360. So I was originally thinking the new Xbox is the Xbox 362, but Microsoft would probably like Xbox 365 better to fit their brand. But that's not far enough. They probably end up calling it the Xbox 365 and Copilot. What do you think about calling the console something that harkens back to the old days?
Well, I do know this, that the current regime is not particularly happy with the Xbox 360 branding, or the fact that they had to go. They wanted it to be the Xbox 2. You know,
they did.
I remember having.
They wanted to be the Xbox 2. Shit, would we have to change our podcast name if that actually changed the Xbox 2?
Well, they wanted the Xbox 360 to be the Xbox 2.
Oh.
So I don't know what they'll call the next console, but I would not be surprised if it was called the Xbox Series X2. I really wouldn't be surprised if it was called that.
Yeah, the naming. I mean, it's so easy with PlayStation. It's just like PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5, PS6. It's, you know, even Nintendo's a little bit different because, like, things are, you know, like, oh, GameCube, Wii, Switch, or whatever. And Xbox is so difficult because they can completely just upend everything. So it's like, oh, we're gonna go to Xbox to Xbox 360, and then to Xbox One, and then to Xbox Series. But what's the next gen? Are we gonna go to Xbox Series 2? Or are we just gonna make something completely different? Xbox Copilot? You know? I could see it being that. Because you know it's gonna have AI shit baked into it.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna be. RS Donk says, damn, I feel old. I just turned 25 and I've been listening to you guys since I was 19. Time goes by fast. It sure does, doesn't it? It sure does. Actually, I think this month was our 8-year anniversary. I'm not sure exact date, but it would have been early in April. So we've been doing this podcast for 8 years at this point, which is quite a long time.
That's cray.
Joaquin says, Jez, I read something interesting and I want your take. I read that the current political climate might end up hurting the Superman box office internationally given how disenchanted the world is with the U.S. right now. And Superman is akin to a fighting American flag. My question is, how are people feeling about the U.S. anything right now in England and Germany? Thanks, fellas. Even Rand the bitch. Jeez.
I think Germany's a lot more angry about it than England is. I think, but that's, you know, it's where the rhetoric is, right? I mean, England's one of the countries that got the lowest kind of tariffs, so it hasn't really been such a big sort of issue in discourse here. But Germany and Europe are pretty pissed about it. So, but I don't think Superman is particularly heavily associated with America here in Europe. I think that people just see it as Superman. If it was Captain America, then yeah, maybe. But Nah, I don't think that's going to be heavily impacted necessarily.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
Hopefully the movie's great. I mean, Sinners is really doing really well at the box office. I want to see that whenever it comes to digital. Whenever I can see it here, because I'm not going to go to the movie theater. But anyways, those were all the questions. Thank you, everybody who dropped one in there. Thank everybody in chat. Anybody that was lurking, anybody that was chatting it up, anybody that called out Jez for not knowing what Outrun was, anybody that agreed with me about World of Warcraft and Blizzard being the most overrated, not only game but developer of all time. Appreciate.
You're mean, bro.
Appreciate it all, and we will be ending the show here because it is about 4 hours. It's getting late for Jez. We'll be back on Tuesday for Xbox. Either Xbox 2 Ultimate or Xbox 2 Plus 1, depending on if we can get a guest. Either way, there'll be something happen on Tuesday. So sign up for the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you can get access to all that stuff and shout outs and questions. And thank you very much to this week's sponsor, Surfshark. You get 86% off 2-year plan, which is almost pretty much free. Links in the description or linked in the comments. Check it out if that's something that interests you. And we will be back Tuesday and Friday. Hopefully a lot of cool stuff to talk about next week. Get further in Expedition 33 because I'm really enjoying it right now. So is Jez.
It's awesome. So good.
So with all that said, have a good weekend, guys. And keep it gaming.
Keep it gaming, guys.